like I should be playing a gnome druid in the next one.
Oh, God.
A gnome druid.
Turn into kitten form and attack.
I love
my
how the
enemies.
recording starts with you saying next game I should play a gnome druid. Completely out of context. Anyway, hi
Next game is
everyone.
gonna be all too
Welcome
small.
to session 52.
Yes.
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 Did we really survive this far?
Yes. You barely.
It's a
Twice.
wonder.
Now, if you think that we have one session per week on average, this makes it our first full year.
Damn.
Yep.
We're half a year behind.
Yeah.
Yep.
That just means we need to do at least 6 months worth of Saturdays as well
Exactly.
to catch up.
I mean, at least nobody's rolling dice today. It's Abo who's recapping. Abo,
Yay.
take it
At
away.
All right.
Let's
We
go.
woke up very early on the morning of the 18th of Heat. I just noted down that there was a conversation about hair once more. I make a note every time it happens. It's been a few.
It's very
Samira
odd
also-
habits.
Yeah, Samira also mentioning that the ribbon for a breath is an amateur piece. Question mark, amateur piece, alright.
Yeah.
Anyway.
She made it home. She can call it amateur.
Anyway, we went down to the docks where we got picked up very early in the morning by some reptilian servants, well, in reptilian impression, and got taken to an hour that was about like 2 hours away from the shore, like a more Mediterranean island. We were let inside the gardens, and we found out, well, okay, we got from the context we were being brought early among the not so rich guests, the not so esteemed people, the riffraff, in terms of that party. And there was a little bit of mingling going, but not really anything substantial. The researchers arrived as well with Layla, and the Inquisition, the Drow, like all the people were there. Some elfin bimbo woman was also there. Nothing of interest. And we got a little bit of history from the island. What else? There was also, at least Cassius got informed by Layla that the grandfather was taken care of, the runner, by the another leader of the Traders Network.
Yep.
Azadeh, I think
Yes.
their name was. Who also arrived at some point and very regal looking, moving at kind of like a slower but purposeful pace. And then when it got dark, we were let inside like a ballroom, basically. And there were rows of chairs where the seating arrangement also implied this, confirmed this hierarchy. All the important people up front. We were in front of the researchers, yes. And then there was the performance from the Oracle, who was supposed to perform 3 songs. Started off quite well with a performance, more or less. Okay, it was for Azadeh, and the song was Keen, Somewhere Only We Know. If you want to have the lyrics for that. And then after the song, Azadeh gets up while wiping away tears from was it her face or their face? I don't know. I don't remember.
We're gonna try it.
She? Her?
There.
There. Okay.
You
Alright.
know.
From their face as they headed out. And then it was the second song, basic. Second song was apparently for Layla and Cassius. And Cassius was kind of just fixating his stare on Layla. She stared back. And yeah, that was quite special. And there was a couple of people whispering around like, who the fuck are those? Why did they get a song? And some ahs. And afterwards, the third song was for Samriel. We're a very emotional song filled with a lot of pain and anger from the Oracle side. Samriel doesn't really show a lot of hints that he's uncomfortable or anything. He's just like even more stony than usual. And then there was a surprise fourth song about Samira, who didn't look so good. She started gripping her own hands, blood was appearing on her gloves, and she was locked in place. And then after the fourth song, the Oracle leaves was kind of almost like a mocking smile on her face, like, fuck you, I did 4 songs. Take it. And then
That's an interpretation, yeah.
That's an interpretation. I don't know what the mocking was about, but she had the mocking pose and she was like,
the last song itself was very taunting.
Yeah. And then slowly people got up and were, well, not really ushered, but gently moved from their seats so that all the chairs could be removed for the masquerade ball. We stayed seating for a little bit, respectively, still kind of like stunned from the performance, but then Cassius and Viera took Samira outside. Cassius also himself to calm down a little bit. And then there was a little bit of conversation of waking Samira up out of her almost like trance-like state, or well, not trance-like, but more catatonic, I would say.
Yeah.
Unresponsive. Finally, she recovered a little bit, and then afterwards she took a walk with Viera while Cassius went for a walk by himself, looking for Leda, but also just to get away for a second. And then we were in the masquerade ball. I don't think really anything happened at the ball itself. We just drank a few, or at least Cassius drank a few, and Viera and Samira didn't. Had some masks, but otherwise we quite quickly got moved into the southeastern building on the island, which again was entirely covered in anti-magic. We didn't need any bracelets by this point. And we were also seated again, similar arrangements, but just on a smaller scale because there were less people than at the ball. And then the auction started. There's a couple of art options first, some of the drow artifacts also quite in the beginning, who were basically all claimed by the drow in
the draw
company. Drow. What the fuck? Dark elf. I don't care. Dark elf. And there was also a lead case. A mystery box. Which cigar was acquired. Case, yeah. Mystery cigar case. Mystery tube. Which was acquired by Cassius for 150 platinum pieces. And then there was the map. Not the last item, but definitely the most expensive item. And we got a little bit of information, like recently acquired from a private collection. And there was a bidding war kind of between the Inquisitor or Bishop Leapguard and the researchers and a couple of other people. But finally, Viera took it home for the meager small loan of what was it, 21,000 platinum pieces? Yeah.
2,100 platinum pieces.
21,000.
21,000.
That's right.
Yeah. Loaned to her by okay. It was she didn't have the money at that point, or at least
like any peasant winning getting that amount of money would die of excitement.
And yeah, and then we were I think everyone left that didn't win somewhere. We were like called into another room. I'm not sure which room this was in, but basically we could inspect the items that we purchased, and we found out that the map was already paid for. After that we were oh shit, I just closed my notes. I'm an idiot. We were led off the island and we made our way back to the safe house, where there was a little bit of conversation about the night itself. Let me see if I have notes. Work with me. Thank you. There was a little bit of a conversation about the songs. Cassius revealed the info about the Traders Network leader that took care of the runner.
Also about the blonde bimbo elf. Chat
Yes.
about that for a bit.
Yes, was clearly not an elf. That was found out by Samira and Viera both. And also quite some discussion on what to do with Layla, since we're working for her and she needed to get the map as well. So it's a little bit of a discussion, and was concluded that Cassius would talk to her first about something else, and then subsequently there's a conversation that is needed with her about this predicament. And Samira also explained what she saw in her vision with what's the end of the inside world, or at least the shattering itself, what we believe, with the red sun.
The red sun and the shattering.
And discussing from whose perspective it was, and there was a little bit more drinking of fine rum.
And wine.
And wine. And then at least Samira and Cassius went to sleep. Vera slipped outside to do some water walking out on the sea, just to clear her head. And I think we ended there.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss something?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So, and we start the next morning at 9.
9 a.m.
Yeah, and I just note down that I have 3 hours of hangover, so
1 hour.
Yep.
Don't forget to reduce.
Minus your combine.
Oh yeah, 1 hour. Okay, so
we
perfect.
talked about that before.
that whole conversation was with in a hangover. Cool.
Yes.
Right.
Oof.
Right. That's the best. All right.
That's rough.
But I was just tipsy, so I'm fine.
It's not
It's
that.
just,
It's not a hardcore hangover.
It's
a light
just
hangover.
disadvantage on dexterity and wisdom.
Certain things were made easier during the conversation for that. But let's start off at the beginning. Never mind. Apparently my children cannot get. Wait.
The timing.
Perfect timing, yeah.
Completely forgot that they were late. She got a present. It's fine.
I need a quick special. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Wow, stroppy teenager.
Wow, yeah.
You say yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. I got the pina colada popsicle. Let me rustle just for a second.
No rustle allowed.
That smells great. Okay. Anyway.
There is no one here called Russell.
Let's start at the beginning. Cassius is the first one to wake up because he's also the most sensitively waiting for certain things. And he wakes up to the familiar, the now already familiar knocking pattern, drawing him from his probably jumbled dreams, right? With that, he is the first one to wake up. Samira is always, she's like dead to the world when she's sleeping, so no way in hell she would have heard that.
She wakes in her own rhythm.
Yeah. Especially after like the late night and drinking and, also getting back for 2 hours late at night on a boat kind of lulls you to sleep quite a bit. So, on top of the alcohol you had in the evening, you, Samira, probably would sleep still in. So we're starting with Cassius basically getting up, unlocking the door. Yes?
Does he notice first of all the keys are on the floor?
He would notice the keys on the floor instead of inside the door, Cassius.
Yes.
No, instead of inside his pocket.
Oh, instead.
Yeah.
It's not in your pocket. It used to be in your pocket. It's not in your pocket. It's on the floor in front of the door.
Preoccupied to think about that. But yeah, just gets up, still halfly undressed, and gets the keys, opens the door for Layla.
Yeah, she stands outside and goes like, for a walk? Yes. Oh, and bring the disc. And then she's like already slightly down the hallway.
Yeah, he kind of just like rubs his hair out of his face, like a sheepish smile, and grabs his shirt, grabs the disc.
The disc is in a bag of holding, which Samira is curled up around, because there's important stuff in it now.
Roll me sleight of hand.
Wow. This was all RP'd out. Oh my god.
Should have made the rolls then.
I am fate pointing that.
Disadvantage on dexterity checks. Don't forget your tips still.
Yeah.
I'm fate pointing it anyway. There we go.
And you have disadvantage anyway.
So it doesn't matter, but I can re-roll right with disadvantage. Or...
No, it's a critical.
It's a critical fail.
Sorry, Samir, what's your passive perception normally?
Still below an 8.
My passive perception is normally a 12, but if he's touching
-5?
me, is
Yeah,
that through
7.
the sleep? Okay, yeah, that's 7 then.
Okay, yeah. Very awkwardly. Like,
Hey,
he's almost
Hey.
sure she's gonna wake her up.
hey, give me some slack here.
Because
This
of
is
that natural
important.
way, I just want to. I'm not gonna wake up, but I'm gonna accidentally slap him in the face.
Wow.
You're gonna try and pull something out of my hands and just a little slap.
I want to
Grumble
point
back
out that
sleep.
Vieira would have noticed all this because she's only in a trance, right?
Yeah. She's paying full attention to everything going on and doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Wrestling apparently this fucking key out of Samir's dead, or like
There's
the
a
disc
lot
out
of
of Samir's dead hand. So
There's a lot of
Uh,
important stuff in this bag now. We're not gonna let it lie around.
all right.
There's a very silent, satisfied grin on her face, knowing full well she got the keys off you without waking you up.
I am going to burn this building down. Yeah, after finally getting the disc, which apparently took longer than was RP'd out. Alright. Thank you for ruining this moment.
You're welcome.
He locks the door behind him, steps out.
Effectively locking you in. Mind you, you can still get out of the window if you want.
Don't
Window's
care.
locked too, so no, we can't.
It's a separate key. So that key
Yeah,
you still
but
have.
he's got both of them.
No, he's got the
presumably.
door key.
Okay. Doesn't matter, we're not going anywhere anyway.
Yeah.
Don't care.
Yeah.
With that,
Vera-
you deserve to be locked in. There we
Viera
go.
waits for them to walk away like 3 steps and then just pats Brath on the head. And then goes back to resting.
I mean, you are on your full rest at that point.
Yeah, I know. But she can still rest.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I mean, Samir, just roll me a constitution check. Just to see how long you sleep in. Okay, so you wake like shortly after, let's say 10
I
minutes.
feel disturbance in the force. Yeah.
Oops. Oops. God damn it.
You messed with the map.
There we go.
No, with the map, the counter, yeah.
And so yeah, about 10 minutes later, Samira wakes up.
Rubbing her eyes and just literally call out good morning, assuming that people would be awake by that point, especially Viera.
Oh, Vieira, she says good morning.
Morning.
Morning, how you doing?
Doing fine. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's been a good night, at least to get some rest. Where the fuck is Cassius?
Layla came back and they stepped out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I assume he locked us in, so just gotta wait then.
Well, the window key's still here. If you really
I'm not
desperate
gonna
to
jump
get
out of the attic. Well, high up.
Not like we haven't done it before.
I know, but it's not necessary right now. At least I
If you're
don't think
desperate.
so. Yeah, if we're very desperate, and we can do it. As she starts to get her morning routine and getting ready, she just asks Vera, "So what's in your plans today?"
Resting, writing,
Hmm.
taking my time.
I need to hit buy registration for something. Do you want me to see if we can get notaries hired already for end of the month?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the 19th, so we should think about at least hiring notaries. Obviously,
Yeah, ahead of
we'll still have
time.
to present for the magic test.
Yeah, for sure.
But nothing's changed on that front, so it's basically me turning up and saying everything I could do last time. Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Alright.
um,
I can see if I find someone to do a doc.
what else are you getting papers for?
Oh, I've commissioned like a cover up for one of my tattoos, like an armband sort of situation, and it got a spell in it, so I need to, register that.
Is that part of the magic test then? If you've got like a magic tattoo?
Well, the tattoo itself doesn't do any spells, so no. But I have to register the the shop where I commissioned it at told me I had to register it because it, it's a spell that actually damage the way.
Right.
So yeah, I gotta do. And
Okay.
figured when I go that way, I wanna look up somebody.
Yeah, you don't need any company, do you?
Unless you wanna join me. I mean, free to come along.
Yeah, why not?
Do you need something in the inner city or something?
Not in particular. Obviously our inner city passes run out at the end of the month too. We should think about whether we want to renew those because they were like the most expensive ones, weren't they?
I definitely need a new one. Yeah.
Oh, you definitely.
I 100% need one. But yeah. I'm happy to stem that price up if we don't part it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know if it would just be easier to renew it or if it would be easier to renew it when we need it.
Yeah, I very much most likely will need it on a monthly basis. Be redone. I am doing socializing over there a lot of the time.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Plus, if we wanna have the whole shop set up, it's good to have capability go in and out there too.
How much was it for the inner city pass? Was it like 150?
I don't really remember that much, but
Just trying to remember myself.
Yeah, otherwise I'll have to check on our decoy and got any notes from your intellectual friend.
Yeah. Can't find where I wrote it down. Lots of paper.
Inner city, 50 gold for a month.
So only 50, did you say?
50 per month, yeah.
Right, so it was 150 for the 3 hours.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what I was thinking of. Okay. Yeah. I mean, in that case, it's probably better to just renew everybody, I guess.
A lot of the stuff is also, if I remember correctly, on a yearly basis, but like the integration thing.
The magic permanent and the,
The
inner
magic
city
and the inner
permits
city
were
is the
monthly.
month. Yeah.
Yeah, everything else is yearly. So
Mm,
everything else was peanuts anyway, so
yeah.
it's not a big deal. But yeah, no, I'll come with you if you don't mind the company.
No, sure, you're welcome to come out.
The only thing I've really got to do is sit around and do like practice my writing, really, which there's only so much of that you can do before you get bored, and I kind of did a lot of it last night. So
How you doing with that, anyways? I mean, you're mostly studying on your own on that.
yeah, I've got the original one that Cassius drew for me, so I'm just making that. Practicing that. I could do with going around the city to see if I can discover some more, and just practice writing those as well.
Hmm.
So that was kind of one of the things I had in mind, but it's a bit like I wouldn't know where to start looking. You just have to start looking around the doorways of every building.
I mean, would be good to find out community hubs for, you know, mercenary type people that way, anyways. That should help. We know they're free friends, but otherwise, you know.
There's that. I was gonna go and talk to Kayin about it, and just say I'm interested in learning the symbols. He probably has a lot of connections in that sort of general idea.
Thinking about hitting up Kayin anyway. Last time we talked to him, we said we'd come back with information about what the Oracle. Yes, and get some sort another deal in exchange for that. So we'd have to think on what we want, because it would be a new deal, if I remember correctly.
There's a few things I could do with around the city.
What are you thinking?
Well, we're thinking of setting up the shop, contacts, favors for redirecting business to the shop when it first opens, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially, without wanting to kind of outright align myself with the Gorgons, we kind of already have, in a nutshell, which isn't a bad thing.
I mean, everything is under them in the city, so yeah.
Essentially, yes. But if you can get kind of... It doesn't even have to be their specific blessing. If it's the Gorgon Network's blessing, and it just happens to be whoever runs trade generally in the city for them. If we are setting up a shop and we get them to go, yeah, no problem, that's not going to kind of conflict with any of their existing supplies, then they might send their business our way anyway. Probably won't hurt for them to have yet another business, glassworks, smithing, furnacery. We don't know if they've got something like that, so I was curious to know if we could approach them and say, like, look, we will pay for it, we'll set the shop up, but we want to do it knowing we're not going to tread on your toes, and then therefore also, if you get business of that nature, please send it our way as a kind of working partnership, if you like.
Yep. An idea. I mean, speaking of the shop, is there anything I should know timeline-wise, or is anything moving? No? Do I have to do something on my end of the deal?
I don't know if you need to do anything. I think I'm waiting to hear back any day about whether the property is suitable and the deal is good to go, if you like.
Okay.
Once that has been made, then we can literally start getting things set up. So at that point, yeah, basically arranging, fitting out the smithy. So we might be doing that over the next couple of days, depending on when we get the okay for the shop, essentially. So, kind of as we're still waiting for that, it would be good to get the Gorgon's thumbs up, if you like,
Mm-hmm.
for them to say, yes, go ahead with the shop. That's not going to tread on our toes, etc. Don't really know what to say. If they do say no, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
We'd have to try and change their mind that we are something worth investing.
Well, it's not even investing in it. It's worth just not competing with us on that regard.
Yes.
We'll do their business for them as part of the deal, whatever. At the end of the day, but we'll see. So I think Cayenne's probably the person I want to talk to most. So if we can swing by them on the way there or on the way back, either or.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta
that'd be
swing first by the inn to see, to get my, I got my cuff delivered and see if there's any letters waiting there, because that's nearby in the docks anyways.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're not going anywhere until Cassius gets back, unless we're going
Yes,
out the window.
outside of, we want to jump out of the window, unless we want to do that.
Wouldn't be the first time. I'm sure it won't be the last either.
Not even the first one this week, so yes.
No. So, otherwise we're sitting around waiting for Cassius, unless there's anything else you want to discuss in particular.
Oh no, I mean, with the shop coming up, you mentioned in it working there as well, or something?
Well, yeah, just I'm interested in smithing my own arrowheads.
Okay, on a black.
Well, weaponsmithing, I guess, more than blacksmithing in general.
It's the umbrella term.
Yeah. So yeah, just kind of learning the trade. It's obviously not something I'll pick up overnight, but it's something I can start practicing. Mainly just because of what the dwarf said in Taria about the war bow.
Yes.
And that kind of thing, and then we found, or rather were given, that bow that I have now, which is essentially a war bow. It makes sense for me to learn how to do my own arrowheads, because I suspect, I mean, the shafts and the fletching I can do, no problem.
And it would be a niche product for the market too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily to sell. That's what hiring a smith is for. They would run the business day to day. This is more a case of kind of for personal
passion's sake.
Yeah, for personal reasons. I'm still interested in learning to enchant them.
I'm actually interested in looking into that a bit further too, because you have to find out if you can do it your way, and I had that weird instinctual enchanting thing. I wanna, that seems like I can only enchant what I can myself have. That's a very limited assortment regarding, especially compared with you guys, what you have.
Yeah, obviously I have to prepare what I'm going to cast that day, but I do have a wider range of things I can have access to. The main stuff for that, you want to talk to the researchers.
Yes, I'll have to, because I'm interested to see if I can broaden enchant. If maybe Cassius mentioned scrolls or thing, if I have scrolls that work. I'll have to check.
Yeah, I guess scrolls could be a thing. I mean, Avahira probably knows about that. She's quite a powerful spellcaster. I imagine she knows about making scrolls.
I guess I'll see how the conversation with Layla, that whole reset just figures out before I even of approaching Giuseppe and
Yeah. I mean, Giuseppe or Giuseppe. Never quite sure how you pronounce his name, but
it's very foreign.
it is for me. He can talk for days about enchanting, so I think if we were to hire somewhere and get him to show us, he would probably be happy to show us, probably for a small fee or something.
Yeah.
Pay him as a tutor, effectively, but he's done enchanting before, so he's the person I would go to. So.
Mhm. Well,
At
regarding
least for the basics. Once you get to more complicated stuff, maybe then look for someone specifically for what it is you're trying to do.
Oh, anyway, that's gonna measure up. I'm glad that we're gonna potentially work beside another friendly blacksmith in the future. It's been a while since that happened.
Yeah.
Would be pretty familiar. Oh, apparently we just gotta wait until the door opens. Easy.
Well. I assume we can still look out of the windows.
Yes.
Is there any sign of Cassius on the street below?
But you're not looking towards the streets. The window looks out on the bay.
Yeah, is there any sign of Cassius out below?
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, he's climbing like Spider-Man up the fucking wall. No, there isn't.
We have some, I think, since we regularly do like fresh food runs, like Lisa Mira does, we have some breakfast that we, not fresh, but it's like 1 day old. Fruits, bread and such. We have a
Still
little
cinnamon
breakfast.
buns.
Yeah, we have a little crackers and slightly like wrinkly apples. A little breakfast.
Okay. So you can hear the key around 9:41.
It's been how long?
It's been about, well, I mean, since they left, about 40 minutes. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Viera would know. Samira less so.
Hmm.
It's like half an hour since Samira woke up, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so opening the door, Cassius and Layla.
Holding
Hands.
Good
Morning.
morning.
It's about time. I'm bursting.
To
Viera just walks past them both.
Good morning.
Layla just grins sheepishly.
So,
It-
yeah,
okay.
I'll like lead her in. Like close the door behind us, but I don't lock it yet because we are just jumped out.
I do a little like shove of the plate in front of me where Viera and I were probably snacking on crackers. true?
Not hungry, but thanks.
Ooh, and I just jumped down. I start eating. So, sleep well?
Yeah, it's been a restful night for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm good. His hair's like still disheveled.
And for
He
you?
looks like he hasn't been awake for that long.
You would also notice, because Layla never looks tired, there's like very light signs of exhaustion. Like, it's not like full on dark circles, but like lines underneath her eyes.
And how are you doing this morning, Layla?
Actually, slept some, kind of bit. Not great, yes. But, you know, those kinds of sleeps where you sleep and you actually feel more tired?
Yes,
That kind.
I understand that, yeah.
You sure you don't want to step out as well? I mean, we kind of locked you in.
I figure
Like, if
I'm
you need to
waiting,
go,
yeah.
you should go.
Okay.
I mean, because then we're gonna have a conversation.
Sure.
It's
sure.
difficult to have a conversation if you need to pee.
All right. I understand the sign. And you just go and follow Yara.
Just look at Samir leaving, kind of just like shrug.
The kid, yeah, Layla looks at Cass, is like, what does she
Oh,
think we can do in like 2 minutes?
It's like, kind of like, go back to eating.
I guess some people would not need 2 minutes.
Some people.
She grins at you. With that kind of face of like, clearly not you. But yeah. So, Viera comes back first, I guess. And Braff is just like curled up in the corner. Layla is gonna lean against the wardrobe. Right?
Wait, there's a wardrobe now?
There was always a wardrobe. You can see on the picture on the right side, that little edge there, that's a wardrobe.
Okay.
I did always describe a wardrobe on the opposite wall of the bed.
Coming back. All right, are you happy now? You good to go?
And Viera comes back
Yeah.
first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So, locking the door, of course, first. So, how is everyone doing on this fine morning? Kind of shrugs.
shoot her a
Raised
thumbs up.
eyebrow.
Well, congratulations on getting the map.
Oh, I thought you were going to say congratulations on making a new enemy.
I mean,
That too.
Well,
potentially.
hopefully
Hopefully
not.
not.
Probably.
She was not impressed. But at the end of the day, I wasn't there to impress her, so that's fine. Yeah, well, we got it.
So what's the news? I guess.
Well, first of all, oh, damn. She kind of looks down, realizing that she's not carrying her bag like she usually does. You have never seen her walk around like without her bag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I forgot to pay. I'll get you that later. I'm not. Look, you bought it. You got it fair and square. It's your map. It was not my main priority to begin with. It was a side step on the way to the sextant. The sextant is where I'm going for at the moment. So I'm perfectly fine if you guys keep the map for now. I will only would like to ask you for a favor at some point to lend me the map, because I will need it to pinpoint where the sextant is. But for now, I think the best thing is just to chill for a week at least. See who's eager to pursue whoever bought the map. So I think keeping it inside these four walls is gonna be quite nice, or it's at least inside the case. That should keep it safe.
Yes, it's wrapped up very safe at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any reason you're going for the sextant next?
Well, the sextant was my original target. The map was just sprang up.
Stepping.
And a way to lead to it. So.
I am not in a hurry to get my hands on the map, if you're worried about that.
Completely worried about that.
I also do not plan on getting my hands on the map by violent means. You have bought it fair and square. So saying the amount of money you put on the table is mind-blowing, quite frankly, but it's none of my business. My employer, of course, well, the auction was not exactly planned, so I didn't have sufficient funds to keep auctioning it. So eventually I want to make you an offer once I have the permission to just buy off your hands. Simple as that. But like I said, currently the sexton is my priority. And
Okay.
I would like to keep working with you guys for that.
Well, we're certainly going to be in town for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the next plan for us is heading north, I believe. Certainly is my plan to head north next. Northeast, I think, give or take. But we'll certainly be around for a while, yeah.
Yeah, for the foreseeable future.
So let's talk about long-term plans and the items. So far I have told you about the sextant, about the map. There's two more. It's like a puzzle, if you will. You need all four to find anything on the map, really. Think of it as like the map itself has the locations. You cannot really look for the locations without the other three items. You have the Brandanus map itself. You have the Sexton of the Worlds. You have the Primordial Discs, which is more like magical cipher, if you want. And then you have it's like a compass. It's like a compass. Basically, you need all four. Eventually, I want to get my hands on all four because this is what I'm doing. I'm collecting them. But like as I said, the Sexton was my first target and priority.
You want to get all four, or your employer wants to get all?
My job is to get all four.
Right.
And once I have collected them, my job is to hand them over. Eventually. I don't have a fixed time frame. I do have to actually own them at that point, in a wider sense. Or have them in my possession. So, knowing that, well, at least Cassius will need some part of getting access to all four. And she kind of wiggles her ring finger. The same, like the right ring finger that like Cassius has, right? Indicating that.
He mirrors the movement as well.
Yeah.
Presumably it's a wiggly finger now and not a stiff finger like it was at the party.
Yes, yeah. Considering he needs it, there's some wiggle room. I don't have to take all four things. Like I said, I need them to have them in my possession. If I don't, it's still my job to get them into my possession. Once I have them in my possession, then I need to hand them over. That is my task.
Yeah.
And my task is to get them, so I will never stop pursuing them. I want to be frank about that. But I know that you guys need it. And I want you to get it for what you need it for. Just when you're done with it, I need to take them eventually and hand them over. But at that point, you should have gotten what you needed anyway.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a reasonable course of action? And she's actually not looking at Cassius at this point. She's looking at Samira and Viera.
I mean, I have no interest in the items at all, aside from the fact that I too need all four items at some point.
Yes, we'll have to see in the future how we're gonna do the time sharing thing, but that's when the time comes.
it actually is easier for me to help you get the items and keep you as the main focus of people who are collecting them, because you are now known to have the Brandanis map. Your faces are known. I mean, people wore masks, but you were wearing the same clothing like on the party. It's pretty obvious for whoever has 3 brain cells, you know, who has it.
Yep.
I recommend that the 2 of you get the same amulet Viera got. She knows where the place is and how to get it. And I hope you have enough gold for it.
How much was it there?
It's about 2,000 gold.
It should be okay, yeah? No problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Fine.
I will continue paying you on the days I need you. Otherwise, feel free to do whatever you want.
How long are we good for in the safe house?
You can stay as long as you want. I don't think you need to stay here, but you can keep using it. It's not the only one I have in the city, so it's fine. But if you're worried about threats, that has been taken care of.
Figure stay as long as we find another place to settle in, and then see. So
And
thank
I
you for
want
the
to point
hospitality.
out by taking care of, he is like dead, gone.
And
That's a
it's
shame.
his branch of operation too, right? Or just him?
Well, I mean, the Traders Network is still a thing.
Yes, but
One of
he
the
was,
leaders is
split
in
thing.
town. I
Yeah.
think they're staying at the Emporium. For a while.
I meant more of the splinter branch, or if he was the only one left standing. Anyways.
That is gone. Like whatever had to do with him and whatever he was doing, that is. It's like the entire warehouse is gone. I want to point. It's just gone.
Yeah, well, it burnt down.
No,
So,
it's
that's
it's like there's not even a trace of the building of the rubble. Like it's gone. So whatever they done, they pool resources. I don't even want to think about it. Quite frankly. But yeah, I'll be around. But yeah, you can also be in a tavern. So once you have the necklaces, as long as you keep the map in the case, should be fine. Of course, people can follow you still, so keep that in mind.
Always.
Of course.
But can they?
I mean, if you lose the trail, lose your pursuer, no, they can't. If they're capable of keeping track of you in person, then they will keep track of you in person.
Yep. But can.
Yes.
She shrugs. There's always a bigger fish.
Or shark.
Or shark. Either way, I don't know where to head next until I've got my hands on the map itself. Like I said, it can wait. I need to find a good location where I can do it. It takes me the ritual to find the sexton takes about 4 hours, and as far as I know, and I need to look into the details, it's complicated. I will probably not be able to perform it. I will probably have to ask of Ahara, because I'm not a diviner. But as far as I know, it drains the person and the participants entirely after the ritual has been completed. The more people help, the longer it shows where the sexton is. And if it's only one person doing it, it's a very brief blip that might not be enough. So we might all have to.
It sounds like going
Help.
after the discs or the other item might be a better start.
Well, I need both to go after the other items. You see, they're all connected.
So the sexton and a map together lead to the other two.
Yes.
Okay. Curious glance at Cassius.
Glances back like,
Layla looks between the two of you.
I mean, if we're all in agreement that we're going to be sharing these items at one point anyway, then we might as well share what we know about the items. And going after the sexton doesn't require us to find it, per se.
Viera, slight warning, you were not supposed to tell Layla that's part of the deal. Specifically,
way?
Layla. You're not supposed to mention him.
I didn't.
Okay.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Mind you, like, if you give enough away, she might be able to conclude it, which would also be giving it away, right?
Well, Vera doesn't have to mention anything other than she
I'm
already
just giving
has
you a GM warning to be careful.
Strike
how
me
you-
down and kill me a third time. I don't care. At the end of the day, Vieira is going to point out that she already knows how to find the sexton. She can find out where and when it'll be.
What? How?
You're not the only one with information networks.
Considering
Let's
who
just say a
hacked
little bird told
Sexton,
me so.
little bird. This is what? You have now spies who are like in the back pocket of Samuel Lockwood?
I am an elf. You did tell me to.
Oh, please tell me you didn't. Oh my god. Just, oh, spirits. Don't play with that man. He's really dangerous.
Yeah, I know. I'm not playing with that man, but I do know that I can get the location of the sexton at no risk. That's what we want, isn't it?
If you can get it without risk, sure. But if... Just stay away from him, please.
I won't be going anywhere near him.
It's like... oddly enough, I started caring about all three of you enough that I actually don't want to see you hurt. So please, please.
Well, I've already died twice, so...
Wait, twice?
Well,
What?
Yeah,
Twice?
never mind. So getting
Wait,
hurt is part of the
wait,
job,
wait, what?
unfortunately.
When...
Twice?
Yeah.
Kyle's just like shaking his head. Just like
Viera?
What?
What do you mean you died twice? When did the second time happen?
Well, do you remember me telling you the grandfather was a really fucking powerful spellcaster?
You died?
He not only destroyed my spider form, but he then annihilated me with whatever the fuck that second thing was that hit you as well.
It's called a wave of awareness, as far as I could hear the explanation.
Yeah, don't want to know anything more than it really fucking hurt and killed me.
He was something called a soulmonger.
Yeah,
Their magic is innate. It's powerful.
they're
Yes.
like sorcerers, essentially. It's
Yeah,
really great.
you can call it that, I
A
guess.
flavor of sorcerer, if you like. But yeah, anyway, so been there, done that, already got hurt. Don't plan on dying a third time. So,
I don't plan on dying at all, so if we can do it safely,
Well,
sure.
can't take back the first two now, can I? So leave it with me. I will contact one of my sources, and they will see if they can get us a location, time, and a place. And it sounds like we're planning a heist.
Well, I'll leave it to you. I'm just saying that we should lay low at least for a week.
Yeah, I thought we were going for some break time.
We are, yes. This isn't going to be my source picks up that it's available tomorrow in this location. It's probably going to be in weeks' time.
I want to also point out that the researchers of Forgotten Lore are now along for the ride.
In what capacity?
In helping, because while
Excellent. So if they can enchant some stuff for us that would help.
Oh.
I mean,
Perfect.
sure.
Perfect.
Of course,
Please
they
go
also
on,
want to
Leda.
take looks at the items. She kind of like grimaces of like, okay, have to keep track of who needs to take a look at this stuff.
Was this a deal
It was
Or a
part of the
promise,
bargain. It
or a
was.
favor?
It was a deal. It's a mutual thing. It's not a blood oath.
Right.
But they are not interested in using them per se. They're just interested in the historical value and looking at them.
Historical
Yes.
and theoretical application.
But I also need access to, because I've been a long time away from the school, and they're still quite big within it. I will need that connection to figure out how to unlock and find the costume. Once we have the sexton and the map.
Sounds fair. So, like we said, we're going to be laying low in the city for a while. So my contact's probably not going to find anything for a good couple of weeks.
I also want to point out that having them along with like bigger numbers, considering who all will be after us, yes, it's better that way.
If you say so.
Safety in
Or follow.
numbers, right?
Safety numbers.
Very true.
Yeah.
And they bring things to the table that none of us can do, so yeah.
There are words in Vieira's mouth, but she manages to hold them back. With a slight grin on her face.
Insight check!
What is it you're planning to insight other than the fact that she was probably trying to crack a joke and probably realized it might have been bad?
Yeah, but like she's trying to see what kind of joke you were trying to crack. Like, because it went over my head. Let's see if Lila got it.
What's the non-lying counter to that? Persuasion.
Persuasion, yeah. Or performance.
Yikes.
Okay, so
Pretty
what
bad
did
joke.
you actually try to make? What was the joke?
She was trying to make a joke about the previous history with the researchers of Forgotten Law, obviously.
Okay, yeah, it's
And
completely
how
went.
how everything started off so well in the first place.
Yeah, she doesn't get it. You get just a complete blank look.
Yep. Vieira manages to bamboozle herself with her own thoughts. Yep.
Barry also just gets a
Fishing,
blank
yeah.
look like,
Oh,
what?
fine, I was like, what?
What's going on? Anyway,
Never mind.
is anybody else doing anything important today? Because Samira and I do actually have stuff we need to do today.
Yes, and you can, on the way outside, show me where
Welcome
to get that
to come with
pendant
us.
as well, right?
Lila gives Cassius a side glance and a raised eyebrow.
For a little bit. Depends on what you're planning to do.
Well,
Not be
we're gonna.
here
Yeah, yes. Multiple play. We're gonna hit a multiple play.
after being locked in for the morning.
Verify.
Can we get a second key? Is that a thing?
I don't have one, and don't make a copy. It's a magical key.
Yeah, plus this is not
You're
our
gonna have
safe
to
house.
get used to having 2 keys from now on.
Have fun having the one key.
Come
Okay.
on, we'll be fine with the other place as well. We just need to get those amulets, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That seems
Mhm.
priority to me. What else were you thinking of doing today? I have a couple
we-
of plans, but
Well, we gotta hit up the decoy in room to see if there's some stuff to pick up. We also wanted to talk to Yin, and also we need to go to the register's office.
registers. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the
I
registry.
guess. Sure. We can. Let's prioritize. The inn is close by, Kane is close by, and I think then we should go for the amulet first before we do the registration. Registration
Amulets
is
are
like
close by.
Well, on
Okay.
that note, then I shall love you all and leave you.
Mhm.
And I will go get the money and come back later or in the morning. I'll come back in the morning. And with
Yes,
that,
after yesterday, which was a very expensive day, some money would be great.
I'll get you the money. If that's all right.
That's
And with
fine.
that, she will turn to Cassius, give him a kiss on the lips in front of everyone.
Oh,
Squeeze his hand, and then have him unlock the door and lock behind her.
yeah. Just,
they've gone official, Samir.
Yeah, I mean, I
They're
figured.
not sneaking around
like
anymore.
watch her go as she leaves, and then lock the door behind them. I can hear you, you know.
That was on
Yeah.
purpose.
Obviously. I'd be worried if you couldn't. But yes, amulets are in a way the priority.
For sure.
What did they do, by the way?
They prevent everything in terms of locating you.
It's amulets of
Oh,
non-detection.
Okay,
No,
because
they're
yeah,
not.
because
They're
out of
amulets
character, the
proof
two of you
against
had that
detection and
conversation and
location.
didn't include me.
Yeah, but that's based on
So-
non-detection. Yeah, it is.
All right, and it
Is the
isn't
wording the
commission.
same?
It's just picking something up. Like it's window shopping.
It's window shopping. Whether they have 2 available or not is another question. They only had 1 when I went, because
Alright.
Layla had recently purchased the other. But they may have gone, holy shit, we've had 2 people buy these recently. We need to get some more. And if not, then I guess we'll just have to wait for them to reduce them. We can always commission them.
Yeah, in the meantime, yeah,
Um,
we'll make do.
but
Alright,
yeah,
let's.
the point of the amulet is that it protects you from all divination magic.
That's very
so-
useful. Yes.
Detect thoughts doesn't work. Trying to read minds, ESP, whatever you want to call it, none of that works. Trying to scry your location doesn't work. Yeah, like nothing on you is scryable. The only downside would be that Ibrath needs one as well,
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
because he could be scryed. But then he might be leading them on a merry chase through the jungles of Tuzin at that point, so...
I think it would be good if he has one
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
If he's
I
going
mean,
to stick to us for
He
some of
will.
the time.
I did have another idea for something I wanted to get him as well. Maybe see if we can combine both and get a discount.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah, we can
Okay.
if we're buying in bulk anyway. I can give a crack at it.
Yeah.
So is that something we can do under group funds? Because honestly, I'm getting late.
Not
Yeah, we
unless you got
can-
6,000 gold in group funds.
Group funds has. Well, it does have. Currently in the coin punch we have like 546 platinum, so that
Mhm.
works well. And then we also
That's
have like
most of it.
119 gold in the house.
Okay.
Alright, so that should
So
cover
we're only
at
500
least-
gold short for group
Yeah.
funds wise.
Yeah.
So
But I can cover that. So I can cover the other 500 for Ibrath's one. That's fine.
So I think in the future for any payments we get, we should start dividing it amongst 4 to also put some in group,
Yeah.
not just amongst 3 of us.
Yeah.
To
we
replenish
can do.
that push.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that Hippo also said that he might have work for us.
That's
So
true, yes.
We're taking a couple of weeks break at this point in time, but
Afterwards, we need to replenish everything.
afterwards, if Layla's not particularly paying us for jobs well done, then we can always start looking elsewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. I
All
mean,
right.
makes sense.
And part of what I want to do in the next couple of weeks is kind of get familiar with the local, I guess, mercenary business, if you like.
I was thinking the same thing as well.
Yeah, okay. More from my perspective of like contacts of what kind of jobs are happening and what's out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems mercenary business is another, even just outside of a shop, another way to make coin, which we obviously need right now.
I mean, and we're pretty good at it, so.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, when it doesn't involve warehouses.
When it doesn't involve heists.
When it doesn't involve patience.
Yeah.
Or we just get to the location of like another gnome with a secret basement. That seems to work.
Well, yeah. I'm sure there are probably some gnomes around here with basements.
Yeah, I was actually not mercenary, yes, but also going to go to around the city, look for some. We were talking about those like death drops, or at least I was a little bit ago. If we're interested in, if we have our own system, if we have our own networks, so I was interested in going around the city, looking at some more signs. I need to catch up on that as well.
Symbols, you mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go and talk to Kyan about that too.
Seems like a lot of our plans can overlap then.
I've been practicing the 1 or 2 symbols that you and I have come across. Frankly, they're getting old, boring, and stale. I need new symbols to draw. So,
if you want, we can. Well, let's see what maybe Kyan has a contact for us.
Kyan's probably the best contact, so we were gonna head to him anyway because we've got the whole Oracle deal to make.
Right.
He only asked us to say who the songs were about and roughly what they were about. He doesn't need too much detail. And we can get some kind of deal out of that, presumably.
Yeah. I mean, if
part of that deal might be kind of get us an invitation to the mercenary crowd and all that kind of stuff.
That could work, or if we can combine it with like at least a contact that can teach us this more about these symbols. I know Creo actually, he taught me the basics. Could also hit him up.
We could always send out a feeler for when the Mothers of Mercy might be back in town. We could always spend a day or 2 with Creo if he's not busy. Pay him for it, essentially.
Speaking of Creo, like that, there was a plan in the past about like a nation network. Is that not happening, or is it still happening? What's going on there?
Didn't really get to much of an agreement. Had a little bit of a, well, not necessarily misunderstanding, but
a roadblock.
Yeah. See if he's still willing. But
I mean, we've gained a bit more footing in town, so
we don't necessarily need to rely on them. Could be.
Yeah, but it's still good to have. I mean, something. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
There's still a connection.
I mean, if we know they're going to be in town, it doesn't hurt to show up at the tavern for a few drinks and a catch up, does it? So.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, sure. I mean, they were pleasant to hang out with anyway, so.
Yeah, exactly.
They're good people. Alright, I think we should make a way out then. We have stuff to do.
Yep. Otherwise, we're going to run out of daylight at this point.
Got a bunch of stuff to do. Right,
Alright.
first off at Deadly Door. Stop there.
There
Hi,
we go.
Deadly Door.
The Deadly Door.
Are you a mimic?
At least it's heavy.
Well, what messages were you looking for again? So you're still waiting. The one from Fabian is still not there. That's gonna arrive tomorrow. What else are you waiting for?
I had my
Remind me.
bracelet delivered to this room, so I'll pick that up.
Yeah, you picked that up. Okay. What else? Because Cassius was also looking for something or checking on
Any
the.
of Vieira's property messages?
No, that's still ongoing.
Oh, I thought Calendar has Vieira's property is found on just.
It does.
Yes.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
apparently that's still ongoing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Then yeah. Vera's property is found there.
Mhm.
So basically, from the contact that you got put in touch with to deal with that, right? A message that it has been found, purchased, and basically it will kick off.
Fantastic. Does it have the details of the address?
Yes.
Excellent. We have somewhere
And-
to go and look at.
No.
And also basically you need to double check the next day if you leave any messages, if you have more instructions, or to leave it on the property itself in the post box on the gate.
Did we all go to pick up the messages?
I guess so.
I mean, I had to
we're all
stop there
having enough.
anyway, so I'm going.
You have one message waiting that you didn't expect. It has
Who
the
does?
seal of the Celestial Order on it.
Oof.
Ohian, very official looking.
That
Oof.
must be a mistake. That's not for me.
Who is it addressed to?
Well, you don't know. It's a sealed scroll with, wax.
Mhm.
We want to open it
Well,
now or later?
what did the messenger leave? Like, for who did it leave it?
They got papers for you, so they just handed you basically the post, right?
Do we want to open this now or later?
Later.
Yeah, I just slip it into my pocket later.
Into the bag.
Do we? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, put it into the bag, just to be certain.
Okay.
Looks like we're going for a trip outside the city.
Mm-hmm. Right. Next point is, I think, Cayenne.
Yes. He's probably the next closest, I would imagine.
Did we see Severa pick up the bracelet, by the way?
Is it a little package, little box?
It's a little box, okay.
Yeah, she slipped it into the bag as well. She's not allowed to wear it before she registers it.
Letter of the order into the bag. Yeah, so let's head to Cayenne.
To
Next
Cayenne.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Off we go.
Oh, you're not that far away
Mhm.
from the tavern. It's all in the same district. So you get to the market, you go into that inside the market, head up to the store. He is actually busy showing somebody else around, some Asimar as they're like looking at. So he points out, like, he waves at you. Oh, I will be with you in a moment. Right.
Take your time.
Do feel free to look around. And he like waves.
We will spend our time looking at the vases.
No more vases.
No, it's no other stuff to get now. So that means other stuff.
He
Like all
also
the
calls, I
lamps and
got
that
some
kind of
very interesting new rugs. Some few, like he just points in, the corner,
Yeah,
and
okay,
he
we'll
will
look at
also
it.
wave some of his, employees to like start making tea.
Mhm. All good. We hang around until he's free,
Mm-hmm.
or until the tea is free.
Yeah. So like he spends a good. Well, let me like actually fast forward now. An hour. So he spends good like 15-20 minutes on that person, right? And then eventually, very charmingly, has them leave. And then by the time the tea is ready, and as usual, he invites you to the table. There's again that like squishy, sticky candy. It's like cubes rolled in sugar, aka Turkish delight.
Nice.
Just not calling it Turkish delight.
Mhm. Tusen delight.
It's not even Tusen delight. It's I have to think of a name.
The Turkish
Land,
equivalent.
lands from the east delight.
Yeah. Vague. Yes.
It's a delight.
Vague
what it
Oriental music delight.
Thanks. Yes.
Vague delight. All right.
Vague delight. Yes. I'll think of a name. God damn it! Put me on the spot.
All good.
Wow, all that last minute prep, and
Yeah.
you don't even know how to this name.
I don't think of anything like.
Shocking.
How dare you.
Shocking.
Anyway.
My immersion ruined.
Mine is not KP.
Fuck's sake, you guys. Anyway, he sits you down, greets you very warmly like he usually does. And again, he's wearing yet another very expensive looking robe with a lot of brocades and gold, stitching, and it looks very, very rich merchant, right? But he sits down and offers you the tea and pours the tea for you and offers you the candy. And then he sits there, looks at you expectantly.
Oh, good morning. We went to the auction, and we might have some information for you if you're interested.
Always. Was she there? Was she present? Did it happen?
Oh yes.
I am all ears. And he like makes this wide sweeping motion with his hands, because he's, gesticulating always a lot. He's a pompous person. There, you have his attention.
Well, before we get to that, we were looking to see if we could make
Another
an
exchange.
Oh, what would you need?
We're interested in getting into contact with local mercenary networks, professionals.
Yes, trying to branch ourselves further into that actual business. Future.
I see.
So, a way in. Some people that you might know there, that they would know our names, that we could go somewhere. Yeah, just an in.
What kind of work are you looking for?
Well, it seemed acquisition was very well done for us last time.
Well, there's acquisition, and then there is acquisition.
Both, I suspect, are of interest to us, depending on what it is that's being acquired and how much is being paid. Because sometimes we might want the simple jobs, and sometimes we might not.
Yes, we have quite a wide variance of skills at hand, so indeed.
I personally might be interested in using your services.
Okay.
Which types of service were? Are you thinking
Acquisition.
acquiring? Acquisition or acquisition?
He like taps the side of his nose and points at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And possibly me and my friend here, Vera, we were interested in learning more about the symbology used around this town to indicate places of interest, people of interest. I know a few, but
Places to avoid, places under protection, etc.
yes, I know a few myself. I got a little bit of a start, but interested in getting to know.
I
all of
know
this.
exactly the thing that you'll be interested in. A miniature rock garden. And he like gets up and goes to the back of his store and comes back with like a tray where basically there's like, it looks like a very flat box with sand in it and a few rocks, right? And a little rake. He puts like, he shoves the tea aside, right? And goes like, this is very, very calming. I can only recommend that. I do this every day. And he starts like rearranging the rocks, starts raking through it. And as he does that, he starts drawing symbols in the sand. And basically what he does, very quickly, in a roundabout way, showing you symbols without like saying this is this, but like in an indirect way explaining what they mean, right? So to Cassius is probably the easy, for you it would be the easiest to follow, right? Because you're used to this kind of indirect language, right?
Is he speaking Celestial? Because otherwise Vieira doesn't understand a blind thing.
No, he's speaking common to all of
Okay.
you.
Just checking.
Yeah. But basically he goes through all the symbols that he knows of, right? He of course points out that there are sometimes places that use a combination of them with like not next to each other, but combined into a new symbol, but those are specifics. These are the most common ones. I also linked you the picture in the resources Discord, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, I would say you spend like a good 2 hours going through all of this with questions and stuff, but like it all looks like a very fun conversation the entire time.
All I took from that picture was that thieves just can't do it.
What?
Well, it's called thieves can't.
I know.
Oh,
Bad joke.
Lord.
Wow.
I know.
It's
I know.
also Darstander Light, by the way.
Yeah, I think after those 2 hours, Samir will just pipe up wood. And in other news, you might be interested in is that we ourselves are going to establish a shop as well, and perhaps as a fellow esteemed shopkeeper, we'd be interested in tips and tricks and introductions. That
What
way too.
kind of shop?
Glassworks and smithy.
What
Predominant.
kind of glassworks and what kind of smithing?
Well,
Kind that produces glass and metal.
There
I-
are various types of glass and there's various types of smithing. There's weaponsmithing, there's armor smithing, there's decorative smithing. There's utilitarian smithing like horseshoes and nails. So you have to, I suggest you think about it and then give me a list and then I will see where I can set you up or how I can set you up with contacts and interesting
yes.
clientele.
just-
And if you are more in the decorative, and he like makes a sweeping motion for the shop, I would be of course very interested in perhaps purchasing some items.
Well, it seems that maybe the two of us could have some future contact there, perhaps, because while I might have the basic skills of a glass blower down, but I specialize in the more delicate arts, and I motion towards the work that I've done for the three of us.
Or it's particularly interesting, and especially in our business. He like does that face again, which indicates the less legal part of business, right? if it is beyond the mundane items, however pretty, there's always a larger amount of clients.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I figured.
Especially if you offer things that are not easily available in the shops in the inner city.
Mhm.
Well, we're gonna write you that list, and we'll contact you afterwards for that. Especially.
Excellent. Wow. I think that is a very good trade-off here so far. I will let you know when I have a job. Where do I
Nothing
send the
next 2
message?
weeks. We're busy for the next 2 weeks or so. Just
All
so you
right,
know.
all right. So if I need
but,
anything after that,
The Deadly Door.
the deadly
Well-
door.
If you need anything before those 2 weeks, yes, Daddy Law. But afterwards, we'll probably meet you before then and let you know if anything's changed.
Excellent. And then he will of course wait for you to tell him everything about the evening on the island. He will also ask you a lot of questions, by the way, about the island itself, like what it looks like, the layout, where the docks are on which side, like details, right? But also not just like details tactically, but just like what does it look like? What kind of items have you seen there? You can see there's like he's genuinely curious what the island is like, right?
What do the Gorgons keep on their private getaway, basically?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but also like what kinds of faces you saw, the party itself, what kind of food was there, because you get this impression that he's not just like a broker of illegal goods and knowledge, but also a bit of like almost like a tabloid of gossip.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
So like he gets these like juicy bits that he can then trade for other juicy bits, right? So he asked those questions as well, on top of course the oracle and what she actually looks like, right? And the songs and the wording of the songs. He will ask about the wording of the songs and who she sang it to.
Yeah.
Obviously, we will relay as much as we can remember, but it was an evening of alcohol and much singing, followed by the spending of a lot of money.
Okay, but what do
And
you
since-
tell him about
Since
the
he's only
songs?
asking
And-
for the wordings of the songs, I'm not sharing the vision I had. I'm sharing the wording of the.
Yeah, but he will be like very curious that it was sung to you, and I assume that you don't want me to be privy to your private matters. But if you do feel like sharing, I'm all ears.
I'll be quite honest with you, as in that I was very surprised to have been picked, especially as the fourth song. I'm also a bit unsure about why that happened, but yeah, being honest that way. But I'm not telling him what I saw.
And he basically goes for the same thing with Cassius. He wants to know, but he's not pushy, because with the wording, he kind of gets the gist of it already. But like if you feel like sharing a bit more private matters, he is would love. But like he was also more asking for the other people as well, how they reacted to it.
Yeah, obviously we would point out that we didn't see anybody wipe away tears from the back row we were in. But obviously when the first one had the song sung, they stood up and walked out.
With tears wiping away. So
And
that's
you
what
say that was the from this like upcoming organization that
Traders now.
Yes.
Yeah.
As a day. From
As a
the,
day. Can you tell me again what they look like again?
I don't really remember.
Yeah,
Very kind of neutral features, I think, for the most part.
Well, neutral,
Well,
but very like stand out just because they were not really elf-like, but also not like an Aasimar.
They were an Aasimar, but not Aasimar, an elf, but not an elf.
Yes,
Is
they
the
had
best way to
those
describe it.
interesting symmetrical tattoos on the cheek, and the
Yes.
eyes were even
Completely
paler
white.
than us.
Yeah.
Very interesting looks. There.
Do you know anything more about that person? Like where they're staying?
No,
Sadly not now.
we don't know anything from them other than Traders Network.
Is this you
and,
lying or you forgetting that Lila told you that they're in the Emporium?
This is me choosing to forget that Layla told me that.
Yeah, okay, because if you're lying, I need a deception roll.
It's a persuasion check more than anything, from Vieira's perspective. That's not information that she kept.
Okay. That's fine then. Cassius doesn't say anything.
Just nods along.
Okay.
He gets it. He gets it.
Alright. Well, you know where to find me.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yes, and I'll most likely come by during those next 2 weeks with the agreed upon information.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk.
Excellent. Excellent. I hope you were satisfied with my services so far and the goods that you have acquired. Of course, my doors are always
pleasure,
open.
yes. It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Thank you for the tea.
For the delight.
Oh, do you want me to pack you some? Or to go?
Well, I won't argue.
Never ask her to pack some food, because she'll
I
always
won't
say
argue
yes.
against it.
That's not. That is no trouble at all. He like gets up and like basically he doesn't pack it himself. He just waits somebody else to do it, and then he
Yeah.
gives you like a little paper box of like of the Darstan Delight. There you go. It has a
Thank
name.
you. Thank you. Alrighty. I'm gonna have very powdery, sugary hands on the walk. Because I'm snacking.
Well, it is lunchtime, so
It is lunchtime.
Yeah, we just spent
Yep.
2 hours talking about stuff I don't give a shit. So I get my delight.
but you got a box of delight, so it's
Exactly.
all good.
I need recompense for that.
Yep. Thank him on the way out, and then head out.
Alright, next up is the ambulance.
Yep. It's
Yeah.
like look at Vieira. Lead the
So
way.
lead the way.
It was this way. As a player, I don't recall there being any detail about where to go. Only
It's
that
in the New
I
Harbor
was told
as
where
well.
to go, and I
It's
went
not
there.
that far away from this place, by the way.
Yeah, I
It's
vaguely
again-
recall it being like
It's
on
from
the
the
same
main
block
market
as-
off side alley as well, up one flight of stairs, something like that. You know, it's not exactly on the main lane, but you know, it's in that
Vera
area.
does her best to walk back her tracks because she's only walked this way twice, 2k inns and to this other place, so she's just gonna backtrack until she finds it.
Mm-hmm.
Does this place have any symbols before we go in?
Let me check.
Just the giant one that says "Don't fuck with the
Cayennes
owner."
or
No,
The-
the new magic shop.
Yeah, the magic shop.
well, you
In
have
quotes,
a symbol for
magic shop.
secure. That's for sure.
Vieira makes a mental note.
Gang headquarters guarded
Nice.
and protected by a gang.
Right. Implying the Gorgon's network, essentially.
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
Well, let's not stand outside
Actually,
and
yeah,
stare all day.
there is a snake symbol.
Mhm.
The schnick.
Schnick.
Sneak.
You have seen the snake symbol on Cayennes as well.
Mm-hmm.
2 and 2 together, all good.
Yeah.
So then just head
With,
inside.
by the way, a symbol that also shows it can be bribed.
Nice.
But can be, how do you say, haggled with.
I mean, yeah, you can do business, but you can't bribe them into giving you more than they're willing to give you, right?
Of course. Okay, yeah, we go inside.
Hmm?
And ask about...
Amethyst like she has.
Yeah, that one.
That one.
So I will not go into a lot of details. I didn't really like. This is one of those like it's a shop. You can buy things. Let me just check.
Yeah, how many do they have? That's important.
Buying.
Well, they've had about 17 days since the last one.
Yeah,
was
shush.
bought,
I need to
so
check if they have it in the meantime. Give me a moment.
The chances are that's a no. Shinny's about to roll a nat 1.
Yikes. Can I use my...
Okay, you can choose who one of you needs to roll. Charisma persuasion.
Well, we know who that is.
Yeah, we know who that is.
Hello.
There you go.
They have just finished the second item. They have just finished, like, they have two.
Two. Okay. Okay, we buy those two.
And recognizing Vieira, you get this, like, slight... It's like... They would be like, do you plan on buying another one anytime soon so we know?
It's funny you should say that, actually. I was wondering if you didn't have a third, could we commission?
Yes, you can commission. It's gonna take them a week.
That's fine. We will be in town for quite a while, so no problem. 10 days, I assume you mean. By
Yes.
week. 9 days.
Yes.
Fantastic. Do you need us to pay you up front?
Half up front, half when it's done.
Sure.
So it's full price is 2,000 gold, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's 100 platinum.
All right. Okay.
If you can
The half
whip
is off
that
the
out.
group. There you go.
They will also lean forward to Cassius and be like, so in vague terms, let you know that they know that you purchased the cigar, the roll, right? The tube. And they're kind of trying to get out of you whether you have opened it already or not. And if you haven't opened it, they're kind of offering you money for it because they're curious. You know, like they're basically trying to sell you this is like, it might be complete shit. So I'm offering you a good deal. I'm gonna give you like 1,750 to buy it off of you.
You know it's just a wand of detect magic, right?
You say that.
Vieira, do me a performance check.
Oh, Abel's Discord just crapped out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Perfect. I
Performance
lost
or
connection.
persuasion?
Performance.
What did I miss? I hear a performance check for,
So
and I
basically,
hear a wand of the
the
magic detection.
shopkeeper pulled you aside while they were like, you know, like leaned towards you while you guys were still talking about the amulets. One set was set up, and they kind of let you know that they know that you have purchased the tube, right? The case. And they're offering you 1,750. Like, it's a good deal. Like, if you tell them that you haven't opened it, like, basically, if you haven't opened it yet, they're offering you 1,750 to take it off of you because, and they give you this argument of like, it might be complete crap. It might, you know, might not contain anything valuable. So they're happy to take it off of you. They kind of try to sell this to you as like a benefit, right? In case you have bought crap, you would actually get away with like more money, right, than you have paid it for.
I just like let them finish, listen to them, just like smiling. It's like, nah, there's no excitement in that. I'd rather keep it for myself. Thank you, though.
By the way, you don't get the impression that they know what is inside, right? They just go, you can see they go by the assumption that if the Gorgons have been auctioning it off, that there must be something interesting in there, right?
Yeah. Nah, I'm saving the surprise. Build up the suspension, you know.
If there's anything magical in there that you want to get rid of, you can come to me.
Of course. First place I come to.
But yeah, you have commissioned a third amulet for a breath.
So we'll be back in 10 days' time.
Yeah.
That's great.
Mark it down on the calendar, please.
Yeah. Also, you see the cat?
The cat is not with you, it's daytime. Brock is sleeping.
If you know about the box, you probably know about the cat.
They will be like, oh, you are the lady with the... Oh, all right, yes.
That's who the third one is for. Just so you know. So
They will
an adjustable collar.
basically let you know that so basically they do let you know that they in principle don't care, but they're happy to make it like a collar that fits. They just need the measurements of the neck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll
And
return it.
your preference of like
Yeah.
what kind of material and so on.
Well, black leather, silver spikes.
He will point out that leather might not be the best thing if it
I'm
gets
kidding.
wet on the regular.
Kidding.
I have the measurements from the bandana I made for him. Since that went around the neck as well, so I got that.
There we go.
Wow.
There's your measurements.
Prepared for everything.
Awesome.
Some stuff just sticks in her head, you know? Others doesn't. Priorities.
Since we're buying the 3 in bulk, and could I try to persuade them for a discount?
Ooh.
You can try. I can tell you right away that it's very you don't even have to roll. This is already a very good price for what you're buying. There is no discount on this.
Alright.
Yeah.
Then, fine.
Already knew that, but good try. Good try.
That is something with this discussion.
Had the same response when I asked.
Yes, in the same magical prices, these cost 20,000 gold. You're welcome.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is a steal. Never mind.
Yeah.
I don't say anything.
No, it's because I disagree with the price, right? Because if you were to actually enchant your own item, it would cost you way
wouldn't
less.
cost that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's not
It's only
the
a
same
third level
magical price.
spell.
Well,
Yeah,
the same magical
they are
prices
for the most part, but
are basing it
not
partially off of the Forgotten Realms, right?
Yeah.
So I don't always take it 100% as like that is the price. And in this case, the amulet didn't make sense considering what the crafting rules are for my world, so I dropped the price to 2,000. And that's still, like, again, if you compare it to the original same magical prices, this is a steal, so deal with it. It's 2,000.
Still 2,000 gold
Yeah.
times 3.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that the average person, like, with a medium lifestyle, earns 80 to 100 gold a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We are lucky to
they're not
afford it.
affording one of these anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
We're
puts the
lucky we ripped off the
21,000
capitalist
platinum
no.
even more into perspective.
You would also argue that a normal person earning that would not need such an amulet. But
Well, yeah, no.
Depends how many enemies they've got.
Yeah.
I just
All
like
the enemy-
reminding
all
you
the
Common
enemies
folk
guys.
have
have
enemies.
I just like reminding you guys once in a while what the perspective here is, right?
Yeah, the scale, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we're not getting lost.
Alright.
Alright. Okay. I think then we're off to registry.
We're off to having a break.
Ah, the break. Wait.
Alright.
Be right back.
Be right back.
Be right back. figures.
All good. We're
fine.
used to it.
Yeah. We're used to it.
Yeah, so let's go through what you want to do the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm gonna suggest to the others to split up at that point so they can get to the notary and I can get the registering done instead of just doubling the time.
If we're
Unnecessary.
splitting up, I need Cassius with me
Yeah, sure, of course.
because I need to write down a note to respond to give these guys instructions about the property. And I obviously can't write. So
Sure, I'll help.
I can do the writing if you show me what I need to write first, and then we can use it as practice.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's not a formal letter, right? So.
No, it's instructions to someone who is doing a job for me anyway, so
Okay.
they're gonna, as long as they can read it, that's all that matters, ultimately.
Yeah.
Chris,
Let's see
of
how
course,
it goes.
if you're doing any further modifications, you have to calculate the length yourself. You have access to the document.
Yes, what I was gonna say was, out of character instructions are basically gonna be proceed, set everything up.
Mm-hmm.
After the session, I will talk to you about what I'm getting, when, how,
So we know how long it will
price,
take totally,
etc.
yes. Okay.
Yeah, all that stuff. 95% of it I've got, anyway.
Okay.
So,
basically, because Cassius is writing it for you, you might also want to give him the details on what you did.
not necessarily.
You cannot give
I'm
people
right
instructions
there.
without, like, if he's writing them for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's a conundrum.
Better have that modified memory prepared.
Yeah.
Yes, I can, because the instructions are to proceed with the smithy
Mhm.
and to meet me at the property first thing tomorrow morning to discuss further preparations.
Okay.
Aw.
God damn.
Snigger.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's getting trilled? Oh, no. What?
There you go.
Meanwhile, I'm registering the cuff and paying the amount that you told me last time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's done. I'll settle it atop my tattoo.
Yeah.
I'm good. Alright.
So yeah,
And-
if Cassius isn't doing anything else, VR will suggest that we get ourselves a cafe for the afternoon, table outside,
Ooh, fancy.
and we can have just some light drinks and practice writing on the table outside.
Sure. Depends on which writing.
The note, first of all,
Yeah,
predominantly, and any other writings I suspect we're probably better off doing those in slightly
Keep
more...
in mind, this is not the modern world. You're not sending an SMS or an email. So if you are taking your damn time writing that note and then leaving it in a tavern, they might not see it until it's too late. If you do want to meet it the next morning, the earlier you get the note in, you might want to make it the next morning, the day after.
Yes, unless I get a courier to courier it to them.
Speedrun it.
Yeah. That's an option as well.
I was just going to pay a messenger to deliver it directly to their hands.
Okay, yeah, that's also an option.
Yeah.
Then you can
And for-
practice away.
Yes.
And-
Well, it's not so much practice as we're just writing the letter. There is, I'm happy to say, 0 time added to my writing skills. But the point is that she can't write it on her own. She needs somebody there to help her write it.
Cass is happy to help you if you wanted to, like, write it yourself. So,
Yeah,
He
that's
doesn't
the
mind.
point. For her to write it herself, but it's not a long note. It's only a handful of words, so it's probably only going to take half an hour for
Yeah.
a note of that size.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you want, we can spend half an hour and then like half an hour if you want to get the hour of training in.
On-
At least he's happy to help you.
With 128 hours still to go, 1 hour is going to make no difference.
All right.
And let's move on from talking about writing the same note for half an hour in
Yeah.
real time.
Yeah, in between after me registering, I'm gonna ping you guys, get the key, go back to the base, and start my own training for the get 8 days done for the rest of the day. 8 hours the rest of the day. That's gonna be the rest of my day.
Good thing that's not a divination spell.
And we'll be fucked otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, just what I'd checked out.
It's evocation, don't worry.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But, yeah.
Don't
Unless
forget
you
you
want to
all
join
need
us at
to
the cafe.
attune to the amulet. By the way, Cassius, on how many attunements are you at the moment?
Very good question. Well, with the ring and the finger and the ring
One.
finger, no, 1.
So okay. So it
I-
will be fine.
Yeah, I am now on 1.
Viera is,
On 2 with this.
yeah. So, what do you do for the rest of the day?
Training.
Okay. The other two?
Spending time in a cafe, and
Drinking.
afterwards, nothing at all. I'm taking this day off.
Yeah.
Like, I'm chilling. If anyone wants to chill outside, go for
Happy
some
to chill in the
drinks.
cafe, people watch.
Mm-hmm.
I need 30 more hours to finish this fucking training.
If it gets dark before they get back, Samira, Braff will want to get out. So you have to be the one who lets him out.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I have a bit of a better connection with Braff by now, so I'll accompany him. To let him go do his business outside.
I mean, he's
Alright.
not doing his business, he's gone.
He's gone
Yeah.
for like
Yeah.
all night. He'll be
Yeah,
back at
he
5
gets
a.m.
like hop onto the roofs and he's gone. So
Yeah, I let him out. I let
yeah,
him out.
yeah. That's his like thing. He goes out at night and then comes back before it,
And
like the sun
sleeps
comes.
during the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, we're not in any particular rush. Samira's sending to us would have just been we're chilling at a cafe because we know we can respond to that one. We're chilling at a cafe, drinks and writing notes. You're welcome to join us if you want. If you're busy training, go nuts. We'll meet you back at the safe house later, in which case.
Mhm.
And yeah, just gonna have
Deduct
a downtime.
2 gold per person for like daily foods, please.
Mm-hmm. I'll pay for that. I'll pay for Cassius's drinks out.
That's my day.
Yeah.
After training, go to bed and wake up the next.
When are you guys going to sleep?
So, well, just to point out, so finishing the note, I am going to get a courier. Ask people around if they know where I can get a courier.
You know
courier
that by
message.
now. So
We know
you
that
have
by now.
sent. You
Okay.
guys have sent so many messages. You don't have to ask around anymore.
Excellent. Am I paying for that?
Yes.
What is it? A gold?
It is. No, not even.
Well,
2 silver.
it's a gold if you get it there and come back within the hour.
Okay. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Let's say I go to bed at 11.
That way I get confirmation he's delivered it too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And we're just, I guess, unless you want to do anything else, Cassius, spending the afternoon chilling and drinking. Light
That-
drinking, I should point out.
That is his plan.
And just kind of general conversation, just talking about kind of everything we've done and how so it's like so much has happened in 19 days alone, and it's finally good to kind of sit down and just chill.
Mhm. Yeah, you will definitely from Cassie's, just like general chit chat, but Vera is quite insightful, so she would get that he seems way more relaxed than before, especially the last couple of days. But
compared to the party, presumably at the Gorgon's place.
Yeah, but also just like Gus has always been kind of like anxious to move on, like doing a lot of different things, but now he's a little bit more, not entirely, but still like very, I don't know how. Settled? Yeah?
Yeah.
Or sort of as if like
almost
found...
like there's now a plan in place, so you're less antsy about getting a plan in place, almost.
Yes? Yeah.
Yeah, he's more content to do stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
On a chill pace.
Mm-hmm.
Well, gotta stop and take a breather occasionally, don't we? So.
Sometimes it's good to keep the fire going. But yeah, I agree.
When do you guys go to sleep? So Samira goes to sleep at around 11. Cassius?
Yep.
I mean, I presume that we spend...
We have food and stuff out, I would say, and then probably come back like 8, 9-ish.
Mm-hmm.
It's not particularly late, because Vera would be aware that Ibrath has probably been let out, but just in case he hasn't.
Oh, before I go to bed, I wanted to check something with you. What piqued Samira's interest is when Layla said that the warehouse was just gone. Completely just gone, not in rubble, not in burnt down, just completely gone. So, at the very end of her training, she's gonna send off Vinny to go towards the warehouse, and once she's finished, like, she's gonna, through Vinny Vision, check it out. What
the way
fuck
it looks
is going on
like
there.
an empty plot of land that is ready to be built on.
Yeah, just a quick...
The warehouses around it are still there, right? But there's no traces of any fire, right? It's just like untouched soil. I mean, among like the road of like cobble, right? But that's between the warehouses, and it looks like it's just ready to be built on.
Almost like they just picked up the building and moved it.
Yeah, but like considering the fire was quite large, the flames must have licked across the other buildings. There's no trace of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, it's a double warehouse plot. So basically, a double warehouse is gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so just spend like half an hour when you just befuddled, like what the fuck? Just
there's not even a basement. It just looks like soil, right?
Yeah. It's just every nook and cranny just going over what the fuck, wait, what the fuck, what.
Yeah, there's no nook and cranny. There's just dirt.
Yeah.
In a square.
Trying to find a nook and cranny, but there is none, and that just makes it more confusing. But yeah, after that, bam, Vinny back to me.
It looks like it never even existed there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, there's also the entrance through the sewer, right, from the coast.
Yes.
If you try that one out, there is no branch going to that warehouse.
What the
fuck? It's like there was never an opening there.
That's fucked up. What? That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Don't mess with the Sewers Guild. They'll break you up before you know it.
So basically, by the time the doer comes back, you would have this information, right?
Yeah, you'd see a sleep ready, Samira just confused.
I mean, if they would come back before you go to sleep, so you can easily tell
she
them.
would have, yeah.
You guys come back to a very confused Samira.
Confused looking Samira, looking at like in the cups of her hand, she's holding Vinny, just sharing confused looks.
Yeah, hello.
Hi. Hi.
And it's like
Um,
waves his hand like in front of her face, like.
Yeah. Slap his hand away. So Ibrav left to go out, just to let you
Mhm.
know.
There was a cat-sized hole in the corner, so I assumed as much.
Yeah,
I thought he just went invisible.
That's what I should get him.
not that far off the imagination, yeah. Yeah, the warehouse is fucked up. Nothing is left there. I checked it out through Vinny because Layla mentioned it, and there's literally nothing left back there. Not even the sewer entrance exists.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they did, but it's like it never even
Very quick on
happened.
disconnections in this city. Best pay our bills.
They could just erase this building.
I mean,
Yeah.
Layla did mention something about the resources that they had spent resolving the situation were kind of mind-boggling to her
Considerable,
as well.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So I
mean,
guess I'm not altogether surprised. I guess they
Yeah.
erased
they literally buried
it.
the whole deal. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I
Well.
mean, maybe they got some kind of favorable trade negotiation with the Gorgons out of it because the main person was quite amicable with the Gorgons at the party. I mean, maybe they got the invitation to the Oracle singing from
I
it.
mean, they even, in case you didn't notice, they're staying at the Emporium, which is definitely Gorgon controlled. So
It sounds to me like, I mean, we knew this was like a rogue splinter group of the Traders Network acting off their own volition. Maybe they were acting against even the Traders Network ultimately and trying to set themselves up.
Yeah.
And that didn't make them any friends on both accounts. And obviously, the friend of my enemy is my enemy, and the enemy of my friend is my friend.
And that kind of business you'd want buried deep if you don't want to be associated with it.
Yeah. And to make sure that it was absolutely clear that they had no part in this, we will erase the existence of what happened here. And the Gorgons have gone, yeah, that's part of the deal.
I'm kind of
just done
curious to see if the exchange offer still
I bet you it's just an empty building.
everything's been erased.
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
That's a show of might, in any case.
Well, I mean, if this was a splinter arm of the bigger network, and this individual had that much power, I don't even want to contemplate what sort of power the actual Traders Network has. These are individuals who are at the top of what is probably a very ruthless business across probably several continents, or at least several countries. They are at the top for a reason.
And at least one of their people is very old and remembers the time before, so yeah, they are definitely well connected.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Yeah.
I am glad they're not our current enemy.
As far as we know.
No.
Yeah.
Speaking of enemies, should we
The
look
letter,
at
yes.
that letter that is basically going to be a threat on all of our lives?
I forgot all about it.
Yeah, I slip out with my left hand. I slip out of the bag of holding the letter, and at that point you see the cuff around my left hand.
Before we do anything more, perhaps we should determine if there are magical balls of fire waiting to explode when we open it.
I was going to suggest the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So if you want to, like...
I'm gonna poof off a magic awareness. Is it magic?
No, it isn't.
I don't sense anything. And I open it up.
Use gloves.
Contact poison.
reluctantly get out my set of gloves and unfurl it.
It is basically an invitation for a conversation from Leapguard. Very polite.
Mhm.
Offering specifically to Samira, as she has come to know that she is interested in the Hildegard archives.
God damn it! She's pulling. She's.
She wants a conversation about options, no commitment, in exchange for granting you the access to the archives, which are usually not granted to the public and that are not part of the academy or the officials.
Well, she's pulling as well. Okay.
Everybody wants favors.
I think before I answer this, I'll have to see if
She will let you. She will let you know you can leave a message at the guard post at any time of night or day, and it will be brought to her immediately.
Yeah. I'll check in with Fabian first how that's going before I do any of that shit.
Yeah. Don't do what I did. Don't make any deals.
No.
Having said that, it was beneficial enough. So.
It was, but yeah, I don't think we want to mess too much with the Celestial Order at this point.
No.
Nope.
I think we want fewer deals in general, anyway. At the end of
Probably
the
they
day.
also want to look at this thing, and they probably want to have it, which conflicts with Layla's purpose, so...
And conflicts with my contact's purpose too.
Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna see Fabian first, and then we'll think about it.
At least, yeah, we should at least respond in the end.
Yeah.
But-
Oh yes, it would.
I'm
be
not in no
polite
rush, so, you
to-
know.
yeah. Even if it's just a case of kind of because we're all kind of busy for the next couple of weeks. Just kind of touching up on everything we've learned over the last.
I also want to point out that the meeting is exchange to access the archive. Basically, whatever the outcome of the meeting is, you will get the access to the archive.
Oh, okay.
That's the
Okay.
gist. It's like they're
Okay.
giving you a very benign offer, right? And Cassius, you would know, this is the kind of thing that somebody does if they want to extend a hand, an olive branch of like, look, we mean nothing bad, so we're giving you something that we don't have to give you at all.
Yeah, they're going out their way already, and that's kind of like the show of this proof of faith.
Because they could have gone the other way. They could have gone like, you are banned from the inner city. Right?
Until you respond.
Yes.
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, we should definitely, if we don't respond, we're...
Yeah, tomorrow. I'll respond tomorrow.
Well, you could always get me to write a note.
I
And then
think
we
this
can
is the
send a
case,
courier.
the case where we have not to...
If,
no
if there's
no
any
offense.
questions, I'm taking the opportunity to learn their language. There's nothing offensive about learning someone's language.
No, I don't say that's offensive, but I say, like, no offense to you, but we
There's-
might have a...
There's an
You
image
mean you
to
want
it.
a more practiced hand? Ha, I'm offended. And she just mock turns her back.
I said no offense.
Offense still taken, apparently.
No, it's fine.
Alright. Yeah, I'll see, check up on Fabian tomorrow first, and then answer the letter afterwards.
Mm.
So that's gonna be interesting tomorrow then. You guys got any plans?
Busy.
Yep. Pretty busy. Oh, we need to pick up those pockets soon.
Yeah, no.
Day after tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And your glasses, right?
Yes.
Your
Correct.
spectacles.
Shut up.
But
Nerd.
that's what they are, isn't it?
They are, I guess.
Or are they just lenses that you're picking up?
No,
like
it's
Are you having a monocle done?
It's the spectacles. It's not a monocle.
Okay.
Although that would be fancy.
Mm.
A monocle.
You could have a monocle for different things, couldn't you?
Could have a monocle that shoots beams of fire.
What the fuck
What?
are you
I mean,
talking about?
I was going for being able to see like illusions and being able to read different languages, but
I can already do that.
Sure.
I can already read different
But you
languages.
actually have to sit and, like I do, you have to sit there for 10 minutes.
So,
Yeah, what if you're just like breaking into a gnome's office and you need to very quickly read something in gnomish and
you
And
do
so
before,
the
it lasts a
evening
while.
continues in funny banter and theories and what
Exactly.
and maybe future plans. And when do you actually go to sleep?
I'm probably at 12 now. Yeah.
Viera doesn't go to sleep until Ibrath is back.
Just by the way, since I mentioned it, on the left-hand side, there's now the cuff, which I'm now posting a picture of into chat, and it's over the newest tattoo that you haven't seen yet.
Sensing a motif here. Scarabs. Alright.
Okay, so you guys go to sleep. Vera, what do you do
She's practicing writing
until Abrath comes back?
until Ibrath comes back.
Yeah, he comes back around 4.
She's then gonna head out first thing in the morning to meet the contact at dawn, was basically her instruction.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll come back and sleep until 10.
Okay, so the guy is like Cassius again will wake up first with a knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
A similar time like the previous day, so 9 a.m. Which is like on the very edge of you getting enough sleep, so you can have your long rest.
Yay. Yeah, I go.
Actually,
Very similarly disheveled as before, because again I get waken up by a knock.
Yeah.
Open the door.
well, you get greeted by a kiss this time.
Mm-hmm. Morning.
Morning. But yeah, she will basically ask you about your plans for the day, right? Just so she knows what you're gonna be about and if you have anything to do in the evening.
Yeah. I'm basically, so from this day onward, I'm going to go into the training, which for Cassius involves mostly going around the city. Still kind of like in the same trend of the observant feat, but I'm not going to train an observant.
Yeah.
I'm training expertise instead. So I invite her to go about. I'm just like disguising it as chilling, looking around the city for the dead drops, which is the investigation side of expertise. And I'm going to, I'll be then doing that the whole day and free in the evenings to spend time with Layla.
Okay.
So that's, and I guess also in between, whenever I have a moment, I'll also be on Viera's suggestion, kind of trying to get in contact with the crystal, or at least like sort of meditating, if Cassius is able to do meditating.
We're not in a time skippy whippy yet, so
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
This is just her asking what your plan is for the day and later. Basically, right, that part. Because we still have like Samira doing things that slow the time skippy whippy down, right? Okay. So basically then she will be like, okay, since it seems like you guys will be chilling, she makes the suggestion, okay, whatever you're doing throughout the day, she has some stuff to do, right? She will give you the 600 gold, the coin pouch for the 3 of you. She will teasingly point out that 400 is for Viera and you get nothing.
I just
'Cause-
nod. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
But it's
Decent
all in
deal.
one pouch. Like, you know, it's not like she's separating the coin anyway. And that basically, if Samira is awake, she will also make sure that like you wake her up. To make this arrangement that each night you all three come together at this spot at 9 p.m. and just see, like, check in. And if there's nothing to do and nothing critical, then she will have you for a night.
Okay.
She calls dibs on your nights.
That's fair enough.
So she needs vacation too.
Where are we meeting at this 9 p.m. spot?
At the
In
safe
the
house,
safe
right?
house.
In the safe house.
Oh,
Okay.
actually, no. At the tavern, just like,
Yeah,
know,
I was gonna say. Mhm.
I would say actually not even 9 p.m. Then it would be like 8 p.m. for dinner.
Yeah.
Like, have a dinner together and then disperse into different directions, right?
Yeah.
So,
And at the 8 p.m. dinner every night, Vieira is casting Pass Without Trace, which
Yeah.
will last for them being at the dinner and 30
it's gonna be the
feet
deadly door
away
right
from
away.
us, yeah.
Every night,
Yeah.
8 p.m. deadly door dinner, so you guys can check in. Otherwise, she will then break off for the day and, you know, whatever you guys are doing. So then Vieira, like, Samira will be the next, like, who was woken up for this, right?
Mhm.
And one of the main reasons is because then Samira and Vieira have the key to the safe house and she will take Cassius somewhere else, right? So if Cassius needs to get back, you guys need to arrange how he will do that so you're actually present to open the fucking door, right?
Yeah. I'll gladly take the coin to put it in my coin pouch.
I mean, yeah.
I give Samira like her coins and the rest of the 400 coins I just leave on Vieira's place.
Yeah.
Well, the 200 will go into the
Party
group
fund.
funds to pay for Breath's collar.
Mm-hmm.
The other 200 I'll keep on me.
On your person, okay. It's updated for that, right?
So at 10, Vieira wakes up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she starts her training
Yeah.
Yeah.
today.
At 10, I'll give over the key to Vieira, since I gotta go deal with the
Yeah.
whole archive situation. And it
So
took the
Yeah.
hour to get ready.
Message me if you need the key to get back in. I'm going to be around the city.
Will do. Alrighty. We'll do
you
that.
have a message waiting from Fabian at the deadly door if you're going
Okay.
there first.
Of course.
He said that he was almost like happy to tell you that he got you a way in and then he got blocked.
He got blocked.
He got blocked and told that it's up to you. And he
Fucking
doesn't know
hell.
what that means. But so he's basically asking, like, what? In his message, like, what? What's happening, friend?
I'll let him know. I'll send
Meet
him.
me at the free friends. Explain.
I'll send a message to him back to thank him for his effort, and I'll update him once I've figured this complication out.
Yeah.
And then I'll curry another message towards the fucking Liebgard and ask for a point of where they want to meet.
Okay. Are you waiting to see if you're getting a reply?
Yes.
Okay, so how are you sending? Are you getting just a courier to send it to the guards at the gate, or are you actually going in person to the gate?
I thought she was sending a magical message.
Actually, in the letter it said that they're available at any time for me to
Yeah.
come, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going myself.
Yeah, okay. So they have clearly had orders to expect you. So when you come to deliver the message, they will ask you to wait if you have time. And then they will just dispatch one of the guards to leave your message. And then about 15 minutes later, the same guard will come back running, huffing and puffing. Clearly, spurred on. And they say right now, if that is all right, they will take you to the bishop.
Of course, lead the way.
Okay. Let me reorient myself as well. So you were, this is the gate you were waiting?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you're being taken straight to this building here, into the municipality, right?
Yeah.
The guard who was sent, right, to deliver your message, he takes you, and it's like he signs you in at the door, at the, desk. You need to sign, by the way, your name. Very official. And then he takes you personally through like the labyrinth of corridors, up several floors, doesn't matter, it's details, to an office, which overlooks actually the street below. It's it's like the typical office, like with desk, a lot of books. It's very sorted, clean, but also very comfortable at the same time. Something like you can see a very organized mind inhabiting this space, right? There's no loose papers, there's no trash lying around. The carpet is like perfect angles to the furniture, everything. It has this thing of like perfect order, but still being comfortable nonetheless, if you know what I mean. And she will personally open the door and greet you and dismiss the guard, by name, by the way, very friendly to him. But you can see that the people, how they respond to her, they know her rank, and she's well respected. And the reason you can gather kind of like the reason why they hurry is because she's important and they want to impress her rather than her being a bitch, right? She's very no nonsense, that you know already from the previous interactions, but she is also polite and almost like kind to her.
It's awe instead of fear. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. She's just a capable boss, if you will, right? In her rank. And she will offer you to sit down. By the way, it's not like the wooden chairs, but it's actually like armchairs that you can sit down. It's like, very pleasant. Especially like the building was built to repel the heat. So even like, it's going towards noon. It's actually quite pleasant. There's almost like blinds drawn to let in enough natural light without like heating up the space, right? And the wood in the office is light colored, so it's actually it's just not even completely bright. It's lightish colored. It's not a depressive office, despite like a lot of furniture and shelves and books and stuff like that, right? It's almost like, imagine a friendly shrink's office.
Yes.
It's like designed to put you at ease, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But it looks still very like nice and sorted, as I said. So she greets you. She offers you something to drink and for you to sit down. By the way, the drink is water. She offers you water if you first. And then she will basically just ask you how you are. Like, good day. I'm glad that you could join me this quickly on short notice. I do appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for your invitation. I just recently read your message last night, so I figured I'd approach earliest convenience today.
Wow, I'm glad that you got back to me so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a very busy woman, I can imagine, so wouldn't want to keep you waiting.
I am certain that you have your own obligations to follow.
Of course.
So, it has come to my attention that you have tried to gain access to the Hildegard archives.
Indeed.
As you are probably aware, these are not usually available to the general public. Even among the official offices and officers, not everyone has the rank to get access to that. Of course, your friend who was trying to get access has some wiggle room because of his family and connections. However, we do understand that we cannot just let anyone get access to these because those are important artifacts of our people and our culture. Copies, of course, are easier available throughout the various cities, but these are the originals, and we take great care that no damage comes to them.
Of course, it's very understandable.
However, I will not beat around the bush. I am aware that we both have attended a certain auction. No names need to be mentioned. And that you, or rather one of your acquaintances, has acquired a map. It is the Brendanus map, which used to be in the possession of one of our people as of recently, and it was in his private collection. We are not aware how it came to not be part of his private collection. I'm not accusing you. She's like raising a hand immediately. It's like she's not insinuating that you stole it or something. The circumstances of his passing were odd, but that has nothing to do with you. We're more interested in the map itself, and we're wondering is there a way for us to acquire it?
Well, as you are already aware, my acquaintance has purchased it during a perfectly fine auction, and
do they intend on keeping it, or will they resell it? It is a very valuable item that can reach quite a price, even beyond what was paid for at the auction.
Well, current intentions are so far to keep it in her own private collection, as it was beforehand, as you said. But for the future, that is something to talk about when certain time comes. Though at the moment, I'm sad to say that there is no arrangement purchased.
I see. Well, if there is a possibility to arrange something where we could perhaps have a private viewing of the map, that would be quite beneficial, as it is, well, since you are interested in the Hildegard archives, a part of our history, and part of that history specifically. Further, if you are ever interested in selling that item, we would be... Unfortunately, didn't have the funds at the time, but funds can be made available.
Of course. And I will let my acquaintance know and certainly be in contact if that comes up.
As part of my gratitude for even considering having this conversation,
yes,
I will see to it that you will get access to the archives through your friend Fabian. I'm certain he will reach out to you very soon.
That's very kind of you. I appreciate this motion of gratitude.
We would also be very appreciative of getting any information of the other parts related to the map. She's looking at, like, unblinking at this point, just to see what your reaction is, right?
Just interest. Interesting to hear that. I don't say out loud that that's her expression. Interesting. Well, like I said, I will have to reconvene with my acquaintances since, as you saw in that moment, I was not the purchase.
Do you
So-
plan on staying long in the city, by the way?
Yes, we have plans on at least I have plans on staying here for, well, a week? Who knows? Time flies by.
And your whereabouts will be the Deadly Door.
That's our current arrangement, yes?
Do please send a message through the guards if you do happen to move your whereabouts, so we know where we can reach you. It's easier to send you messages.
Of course. Gladly do.
She will also like open a folder, like, also do not forget to continue your documentation for the city. Like reminds you of the dates. And which is
smile.
such a flex on knowing exactly what you signed on any point in the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has a file on you guys, right?
She has a file.
She has a file, yeah.
I smell a heist.
Get those files.
Yeah. But otherwise, she is very friendly, right? And after that's done, she will call the same guard who was waiting outside and get you back to the gate.
Mm-hmm. Business with you, and just a sigh of frustration as soon as he's left. Yeah. At that point, in the evening I'm gonna meet with Fabian, but at a certain point I'm gonna send a message to Viera to meet back up there.
Viera will not get any messages inside the room. While she's in the room, there's no message sending in there.
Oh, I
Viera's
thought-
not in the room.
Yeah, I thought she
Okay.
said something about,
She's
Well,
spending her
Okay.
entire day in the city.
Okay, then the message can be reached. Yes.
and we're gonna sit down for lunch, I think, as I reiterate the conversation I just had.
Well, at least it was friendly, right?
Yeah, at least it was.
Threatening
had a
in the
certain mask on
undertones
it.
of "we know all about you, who you are, and where you came from,"
Mhm.
but
It was all, subtext, not text itself, at least.
yeah, my guess is they operate above the line in terms of the law, and they've always got to be seen to be operating above the line. So
But like I've said to her, I've let you know about my work, and that's my part.
yeah, ultimately, kind of what happens with these things once we're done with them, if there's even anything left behind once we're done with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have to
Then-
honor previous arrangement first before we make.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we'll worry about that bridge when we cross it.
Mhm.
Until then, we have 2 other things to find and lots of time to chill. Take a break.
Yes. Right. Where are you off to now?
I've been here for the last hour or so anyway. Keeping an eye out on people, places, things, signs, just kind of, I guess,
Well, I'm gonna
getting a
meet.
better feel for the city.
Well, I'm going to meet Fabian at the friends later on,
Mm-hmm.
and you mind joining me for the after dark, sort of socializing, since you were interested in that crowd as well.
Just doing mental maths.
When are you doing the Fabian thing, by the way? Because at 8 p.m. you have to be at the Deadly Door.
I know.
That's the mental maths I'm doing. My 8 hours finishes at 6 p.m. So if it's between 6 and 8, then yes, I'm available.
What?
If it's before that, then Viera is busy elsewhere.
When does it get dark again?
6.
6. Okay, so
Always.
before dark I would meet him, so that's likely gonna be around
5.
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
4,
So
4, 5.
4, 5. Okay.
I'm unfortunately busy until
Okay.
6ish.
So
until
when you meet him,
sunset, so-
when you meet him at 4, he will let you know that whatever you did in the meantime, he has been granted access way easier than even he expected, right? Because it was work until whatever happened. Like, you can see him being partially impressed, partially confused, partially curious. What the fuck, right? But the access has been granted specifically for him to lead you and basically be around you, like under that condition, for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. Okay,
For tomorrow, 9 a.m., you will have access for 8 hours, and that's it.
Just for that time?
Yes.
Fucking hell.
Rip.
Alright. Full focus for tomorrow. 8 hours. And not good. I thank him. And that's just for the Hildegard archive part, right?
Yes.
But is there like general access to the general archive? Is that just for everyone, or do I?
That's like you have access to libraries and stuff. Like that's fine. Like he can help you with the library pass. But these specifically, the Hildegard manifests or like archives are within something that's called the Celestial Archives, right? This is a collection of artifacts, books written, manuscripts, originals, right? Some magic, some non-magical, that are within the municipality, and that are separate and under lock, which are basically the cultural heritage of the Celestials, which are the predecessors of the Aasimar, right? Which is why your library pass will never get in there. This is like special clearance, right? Level stuff. So, and because he has family that works on the clearance level, but even with that, he was struggling to get you the access and kind of was getting there until it was like said, fuck off, we're intervening, right? But after that lock has been lifted, the access has been granted to him with such speed and ease that it left him like, what the fuck? Like, not even my family can get access to this stuff this easily, right?
Okay, yeah.
And you will have your personal librarian, like archivist, at your disposal for those 8 hours, by the way, along with Flavian.
Awesome.
You are free. You are. They also, like he points out, like the way he was told, and he will say that the archivist will also explain this to you the next day. Is like you're free to make your own notes. You can, draw pictures of what you see. You're just not allowed to directly touch any of it because basically these are very old, right? So like the archivist will handle them for you, answer any questions, open up the parts that you want to see in those 8 hours, and you are like allowed to write down whatever, but you're not allowed to touch the originals because they're, delicate.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So that's what you get.
So out of character, does that mean my time skippy weekly doesn't start tomorrow? It only starts the day after, or it starts
It starts the day after.
The day after. Okay. I'm 2 days late.
You get 8 hours of research.
Okay, that's still something. All right, that's still something. Okay, I pay for whatever drinks he has and rush back to.
And he will be like, please be on time. Like, we have to be in the entrance hall at 9 a.m.
Of course. Yeah. Time is currently 4. I rush back to spend some time training, and then we're gonna have the food. Great, this is gonna be her day.
Yeah, at 8 p.m. you all meet at the Deadly Door.
Mm-hmm.
12 for training in between.
Oh, what you talk about?
So like Cassie's looking at Samira. How did it go? You got the message? You send them the message?
Yes, it was a tense meeting. I talked with Vera earlier about it since I met her today.
What? Oh, you already met with...
We had lunch, yeah.
You already met with the bishop?
Yes.
Ah!
First thing this morning, I think, yeah.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And? Did you make a winky wink?
Yeah, veiled threats like usual.
Like everybody else, they are interested in acquiring what was not acquired.
Yes, interested in purchasing, and if not, currently below that, interested in having a look. I let them know that I would let my acquaintance, wink wink at Vera, know about those facts, but no further promise.
Okay.
Which was already done. And for that I get 8 fucking hours in the archive. I am going to die tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna be hitting the books.
That sounds like so much fun. Are you taking Fabian with you?
Yeah, I'm getting help with him and an archivist.
Wow.
Fun.
Exciting.
It's something, at least, you know? It's something.
Well, I mean, it was one of the things you wanted to do when you got here, wasn't it? So
exactly.
That's something off the list, ultimately.
Yeah.
Hopefully you find the stuff you're looking for.
Hopefully
Do you actually know what you're looking for, or is it just you're going there to read as much as you can in the hours you've got?
Well, I'm going to try to look for any of her writing during her travels. And stuff around that to try and find any information or any trigger further, around those. That's not gonna.
Yeah. Okay.
Gonna be, fun. Very fun. Vera, when do you wake up? When do you expect to wake up?
That very much depends on when I go to sleep. The last 2 nights it's been 5 a.m. just after our brats got back.
Okay. Anyone that's up at 8 a.m. or earlier, please wake me up. I need to be at the very doors of the archive.
Do you want me to wake you up at dawn? That way you can have a lazy wake up and...
Preferably 8 a.m. If not, then 7 a.m. is also...
At this point, Layla will kindly remind you that Cassius won't be there to wake you up. Then grins.
Cool.
Good luck.
I do recall you saying something about stopping by with breakfast, though, Layla?
No.
Nice try, though.
When is sun up?
6. Always. It's 6.
Always
dawn,
6.
Sun
dusk,
on.
6. Like, sun on, 6, sun off, 6.
If I go to bed early and I tell him to wake me up at sunup, we can make this work. Okay, I can make this work.
Oh, I mean, nothing major's happening tonight, so I can chance from...
Vinny can wake
midnight.
you up also when it gets bright outside.
Yeah.
I can chance from midnight until 4, and then I'll be awake anyway to wake you up, so...
Yeah, don't go out of your way to do it. I think I figured it out. A way to do it.
Not going out of my way. I barely sleep anyway, so...
I know.
Yeah. It's just that I've been waiting for a breath to get back the last couple of nights because of it being the safe house and stuff. But I know he gets back about an hour before dawn anyway, so I'll be awake by then. Fine.
Yeah, okay.
Early night, long day tomorrow, by the sounds of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, sounds like it. Oof. Good luck.
Rather
Yeah.
you than me.
You'll be just.
I can barely write. No point me going into an archive.
Eh. Well, you could also draw things, right? So.
Yeah. You can
I'm
also.
not sure they would appreciate me drawing things in their sacred texts.
No,
You
not
can make-
on the texts.
On
Oh,
your notepad.
on my note, right? I get it.
But Samira, some of the things that you saw, like that was quite an impact on you.
Mhm.
You'll be fine during that.
Yeah, I'll be. I have to be fine, so I'm going to be.
Okay. All right. Just be careful.
Squeeze on your shoulder. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Oh. Yeah, if I get anything of use, I'll let you guys.
Please do.
Lila is paying for the dinner, by the way.
Score.
Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Yeah. Samira.
Hmm?
Do you have the money for the smithy?
How much is that again?
100 platinum
Oh, sure.
to kick that off. I've already paid it. But obviously that needs...
I can transfer the 100 platinum to your.
Yes, if you could.
I will do that.
That would be good.
I will.
Of course, you guys are gonna do that when you get back to the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're not loudly shouting about spending 100 platinum.
Yeah.
Can you
leave
just
it
send
with
me
my
that chump change?
Could
It's
you
like,
leave it with my servant?
yeah, it's like after I spent 21,000 platinum.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, I will mark it down in my head because it's all in the same fucking satchel.
Yeah.
I better not get a bad brain in. Then we're gonna lose any sense of going it.
You're about to be very concerned when you see the edit I'm about to make to that value.
Woo!
Concerning that those edits, Lena, if you could
I will do
transfer
the math
the
afterwards.
handy Havisec money and
I will
put
do
that in
the
a pouch.
math after this session.
Cool, thanks.
So
Don't mind
anyway,
Woof!
you guys have a nice dinner for an hour, and then Layla will drag Cassis up.
Enjoy your evening, you two.
Bye.
Don't do anything we wouldn't do.
Finger gun.
But yeah.
Getting back to safe house.
Can Vieira order a
Layla
bottle
takes you,
of
by
wine?
the way, to one of the rooms you're renting upstairs anyway, in the deadly door.
In a tavern.
Yeah.
Can Vieira order a bottle of wine to take back?
Yeah, you can buy a
How
bottle of
much?
wine. Look at the sheet thing.
I
It's
don't
normal
know.
price. In the resources, it's called shopping in caps.
The resources.
Is it in the
Because we still
Yeah.
have like half a bottle of wine and a lot of other alcohol.
By the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
by
it's
the
only
way.
half a bottle of wine.
Yeah, if you're using it, mark it up, please.
I will. I'm not
Thank
using
you.
it tonight, but you can now put 1.5 bottles of wine.
Thank you for letting me know.
It's
Where-
normal price
Where
bottle of
even
wine.
is it? What does it come under? Common meal in.
Just control
it's
F
just like
wine.
wine.
But I can't find any with WHINE.
WH?
Oh boy. Oh,
Yeah.
jeez, I just saw this the edit that you made of the coin
Yep.
cards. What? What the
It's
fuck
something for sure.
happened?
It's suddenly a lot lighter.
The only thing in there is Goodberry wine, which is non-alcoholic, and that's no good.
I'm sure there's wine. I've bought a
Pretty
lot of
sure.
wine.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Not in the one I'm looking at. The only wine is Goodberry wine.
Shopping, click.
Unless it's just not searching the whole document properly. But no. Wine only finds 1 out of 1 result for me.
Oh my god. Wait. No way. Goodberry wine. Fuck's sake. Okay, it's in the adventuring gear. There's wine. Wine. Fine wine bottle. Tangled. Tangled.
Okay.
Mm.
I will just edit that value in the coin pouch and round it off. All good?
Yep.
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 Oh, before we had like split off, who's going to pick up the pockets?
Not me.
Can I pick up the pockets without it interrupting 8 hours of essentially training, which is me
Yes.
scouting the city?
Yes.
Ultimate-
Yeah,
Definitely.
last time we established that in between stuff would not drop that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
picking up
Yeah.
was fair game.
Yeah.
So you're also scouting the city. You're
Oh,
doing it
yes.
separately. Wow.
100%.
So at some point we'll probably just see each other across
No,
the street.
I'm
Like,
100% behind you at all times, watching the back of your head.
that's a
yeah, I mean,
callback.
we'll probably pass each other in the city occasionally here and there anyway.
And
but-
following him around while he's trying to like be observant is a very good way to do what you want to do. Well, to be fair.
Yes. So at some point, she is doing that. Just more out of curiosity than anything. Like, what is Samira doing when she's not knee
And
deep
also,
in the
if we go
archives?
back all the way to the beginning, where you try to trace trailed Samira and Cassius, and they
Mhm.
absolutely saw you, that would also be great training to do that without him noticing, to see if
Mhm.
you're actually getting better at that. So that is
Can I roll
actually a
if I
good
notice her?
gauge.
So it was said somewhat in jest, but actually that is what she's doing.
Fucking.
I mean, yes, you said it in jest, but actually, it's a good idea to do what you want to do, right?
She hadn't done it for the first day, but now that it's come up in conversation, she's doing it for every other day. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, so I'm gonna skip forward to Samira's thing, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Because we need to do rolls here.
Okay.
Rip. I'm just going to point out you don't stand a chance, Cassius, because I'm using Pass Without Trace every day.
Pass without trace only lasts an hour, by the
Yes,
way.
it does, and I have more than enough spell points to last 8 hours.
Hmm.
Talking about overkill.
Hmm.
It's only
Right.
24 spell points. That's like not even half my spell
So-
points.
Now we gotta roll a stealth check and perception check 8 times.
Deal.
So let's see.
boy.
Research. What do you need to roll? I think it's investigation, but I'm just double checking. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, do me an investigation check. With advantage because you have an archivist.
Thank fuck. I'm going to use my fate point to re-roll.
It's not a DC,
Please.
it's like depending on how high you roll, you get.
Amount of information. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Better.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
I rolled the best outside of a nat 20 I could. it's just a straight fucking roll.
Okay, since this is a direct access to these, right? The general gist, you can see very quickly, the information that you've gotten so far, you can see that the originals are not quite different, but different from what the public knowledge is, right? So basically, even the Church of St. Hildegard doesn't have the correct account. There's details that have been almost like, how sometimes journalists change names, locations, and stuff to protect, family members and stuff like that, right? But the most important thing is, give me what you're specifically looking for so I can, orient myself here.
Okay, I am starting off the Inquisition basically in direction of her travels and what she wrote down, travels basically with the artifact, and trying to gather everything I can regarding those artifacts, and basically that I'm branching out from that point on.
You will find out very quickly that it wasn't her who was perusing them directly. She had help. She doesn't mention who it is, right? You get her from that she is protective of the person and speaks very fondly of, it's like, from the wording you get the impression it's a very close friend, right? But basically the close friend at some point wanted her to see more than just her confinement, right? Her bed, her bedroom and stuff. So because they had a way of doing things, they brought the map with the sextant, with discs, with the compass. And the way she describes it is she actually never left her room physically. She went on a journey, and she went almost like on a pilgrimage. She describes it as a pilgrimage that was supposed to have many stages. Of the 10 steps that she attempted to go on, she made it to the 3rd and failed on the 4th. But even that was enough to give her better health and turn her more mobile. And, basically at that point, the story again overlaps with the public records that she has been to places and uncovered knowledge that then grew her stronger in the real world physically, so she could actually, go around. There's no goats. No mention of goats, by the way, at all. That's completely unrelated to her. Period, full stop, right?
Does it mention anything of how it's strength? What happened during those pilgrimages? That
the way she describes it, and this you can see that she, even to herself, writes down. She has considered writing down the details of her trials, but the way she understands it, these are highly personal, and therefore she doesn't want to write about them, because even if any of her descendants were ever to read it, it would actually hinder them in their own journey if they would try to follow the exact things she was doing.
But the trial, the pilgrimages or whatever, it's just, did she mention anything about if
it is the trial of 10 that is supposed to lead you to the door of enlightenment. The thing is, here your brain with the scroll you have in your head doesn't overlap, and this is the second piece of information I'm giving you with your roll, right? She doesn't call them the keys, but if you put it together, the 10 trials with the door, with the final challenge, adds up to 12.
Wait, where the other two come from?
Well, the 10 come together to achieve through the door 11, with a final challenge with the 10 together, which is 12.
Okay.
If you know what I mean. So basically, it's 12 pieces. And it depends on the person who's like, has a certain amount of knowledge, right? Because you have so far have spoken to people who actually don't know what they look like. They have a vague, abstract idea that there's 12 keys or 12 steps of 12 things, right? 12 people, 12 objects, 12, you don't know, right? Nobody knows. They call them the keys. But you also had this like whisper that you had initially with the scroll that the doors are the keys are the doors, they could be anything, really. But for the first time, you have a person who actually, you know for certain that she's talking about what you're looking for, right? And as she has described it from her perspective, right? So it still doesn't give you, even with her descriptions, you know for a fact that you will not know, you will see them differently. But it's like 10 things you have to achieve to put the 10 things together to basically get like a hyper key almost. And the 12th thing is the door itself. And that adds up to 12. It's like, it's not even like keys. Now that you think about it, it's 12 key points. 12 stages. Right. So 10 stages to get to the 11th to open the 12th. And then you unlock whatever you're unlocking. And the way she's describing the thing is basically, this is what unlocks the tree of life under your, to give you what you need in that moment. And she basically described it as a very highly personal thing, right? And this is why she even writes down on multiple occasions, and the archivist will point it out, like, this is like an interesting point, that she is stressing the fact that because she believes that specific knowledge about what she has experienced will actually only be a detriment to whoever goes on the same path. This is the reason she didn't write it down. She wrote only enough down for you to leave behind misconceptions about what these steps are, right?
Yeah.
So, but she does confirm that you need the 4 artifacts. And mind you, I also want to point out that she didn't specifically call them the ways you know them as, but the way she describes them, especially the staff, because she calls it the staff, right? It does match the description of the sextant.
Okay, and do I get any more information on the other 2 artifacts that I do not know anything on?
She describes again what they look like to her, right? The way she describes them, it's, and this is all for the mirror of like somebody being a fervent believer of the Father, right? Is like these are mechanisms, imaginations that the Father himself, it's like almost like he built them himself. They're on that complexity of magic, right? That they could only be something holy and celestial. And she herself doesn't understand how they work because she herself didn't use them. It was her friend who aided her with the pieces.
Could I try to trigger a vision to find out more about the friend?
Yes, you can roll me. It's a very high DC, I'm warning you right now.
Yeah, it's I either hit it or not.
What is your...
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, even your maximum wouldn't have been enough. That was my next question. Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay. No, okay. It is how it is. Right. Okay.
But yeah, basically, the first 10 steps are
Mhm.
she calls them a trial, a pilgrimage, a personal exploration. Is like the 10 things you have to pass in order to bring them all together
Mhm.
to even be granted access to the 11th. And the 11th is the one that ultimately unlocks the 12th step. And then once you unlock the 12th step, this is the unlock. That's like it, and it's like where you prior thought maybe that it's like 12 keys to 12 doors. It's actually not. It's like a complex key combination lock that ultimately comes together, right?
That was mostly of what I wanted.
And she has failed on the 4th.
Yeah, she has failed on the 4th.
So she never got to see what's like further down the line.
Mm-hmm. And she's not mentioning anything of what she saw during it.
She again, like with the copies, she has mentioned enough that even through the original journey, because it takes you through the roots and the branches of the tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even on the first 4, and even with the failure of the 4th, she has seen glimpses of the whole, which left her in awe. And you can tell by the way it reads that she's trying to convey something that a mortal mind is struggling to comprehend and put into words, right? It's like, and it's very reminiscent of that experience when you came into the world and you see the tree. You also realize that this is how your mind interpreted something that is actually beyond understanding.
Okay.
It's like your mind reaching for something that and putting it into visuals and terms that it understands, because otherwise it would have been beyond you, right? And you can read that same similar struggle that when she was journeying with the help of the artifacts, that she saw glimpses of this, and it also it just reinforced her like deep connection and belief in the Father, right? As the source who made this complex mechanism of life in this complex order that is beyond any mortal understanding. Like, the Father's hyper fangirl.
That she is indeed.
Yeah.
And even though I doubt I will get anything, Samira will try to scrap even any further mentions of that friend that used the artifact.
You don't get that.
Nothing
Basically,
there.
it's very vague, and you get nothing from your head as well. Not even an itch of recognition. You have no idea who could that be, right? But whoever they are, they had access to all 4, and whoever they are, those 4 things were in one place at some point, apparently, and then were no longer.
Exactly. They could acquire the artifacts and then use them, and then not.
Yeah. So there's no mention of what happened to the artifacts afterwards, right? Because that is not her focus, right? The artifacts to her were amazing, and she was in awe of them, right? But what happened to her was way more awe-inspiring to her, so she has dedicated way more time and text and words to her experience rather than the artifacts themselves.
All right. Yeah,
Because the overall thing that you can also see that she used to be a very lonely, isolated person, but ultimately, from the words you can see, kind-hearted and just just full of the will to live, right?
Yeah.
And this, like, it's not even hunger, just like this yearning to live and full of like positivity despite her circumstances, right? You can also tell by the wording that the trials were not so much a favor to her. Like, the trials were difficult on her, especially because of her, like, condition. But she's grateful that she had been at least given a chance. And even as far as she got, helped her find and fight her way into a better shape, right? So it basically ends with like her promising to herself that she will dedicate the rest of her life to helping other people in need, because she was given the chance to be more.
Yeah, I think that's everything I could possibly get out of the scriptures. At least relevant, of relevance to me right now.
Just another detail that I do want to point out. One thing that she left behind is a specific clue. Is that the pilgrimage can be taken alone or in a group. If you're going alone, it will be highly personal to you. If you're going in a group, it will be personal to the entire group. Shared. By the way, it is no coincidence. It sounds highly similar to the personal trial of the tower.
Yep. Okay. Got it down.
You can easily imagine that a similar mechanism was used here as well.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And also that gives you a very solid clue as to who might have made the 12 steps.
Yep. I wonder who it could be.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me forward the next day.
I'm gonna spend the rest of the day doing some more of my training to get some fucking work done.
You don't. You had 8 hours of research. You're not doing training on the same day.
Oh, I'm not?
No, you're not. This is a full day of downtime work. Sorry.
Lena trying to squeeze everything into the
It's
last.
like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
I can also do 7 hours and 58 minutes of sleep.
You guys are on your second fucking training while I'm still stuck on the first. Rip
It's like,
indeed.
you guys need to stop doing 50,000 things at the same time. It's like, seriously.
No,
Vera
never.
has stopped doing a lot of things.
Never. I'm
I'm
never
just
doing...
chilling in the city. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Are we doing these 8 perception checks? Or not?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to win. Although I do have advantage on them.
So
Yeah.
if possible, what I am going to do is sow those magical pockets. That's just a quick little win.
I mean, just roll like 8 d20s and add the modifier to it. Mentally.
What, so we're summing up the whole lot?
No.
Okay.
You can see the individual dice rolls in the chat.
But how do you simulate advantage then?
Yeah, plus
Keep
Okay,
highest.
well,
plus the added pluses.
then you
Yeah.
have to do the...
You would have to do...
Okay, fine. Do individual rolls. Let's see. Like, this will be basically like we'll do it once for the lols. Come on. Well, no, it's against Cassius's passive. It wouldn't be, but like +5 because advantage.
Against your passive,
Yeah.
it's going to be hilarious.
What's your passive, Cassius?
16.
So +5, 21.
Yeah, that's +5. That's +5 included already.
Also 16 is, yeah.
Good fucking luck.
No.
Yeah.
I don't even think the city guards see me. Yeah.
I think
Fair
we're
enough.
fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Pretty-
Yeah.
Oof. Need to step up that training, Cassius. What are you doing again in the city?
Hang out, looking at people. Actually training investigation, not perception. I don't have proficiency in perception. Rip.
Should have been an elf.
Anyway, that
Anyway.
evening you get together, a date.
Mm-hmm.
Samira, do you tell them of your
I
findings?
mean,
And what do you tell them?
You have three people looking at you expectantly.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Well, I didn't get too much done. Information out of her scriptures, then she didn't write down a lot of it.
She wrote down a lot, mind you.
Yeah, these are my words. Don't talk
Sorry.
over my words. I'm sorry, I was being mean right now. What I got out of it is basically that. Well, once we get the map and the sextant, this and compass as well, we can start a step of 10 trials, which will then bring us to, once we've finished those, will bring us to a door, which will be the 11th part, and will then bring us to the final challenge, which will be the last part, which will open and unlock the tree blocking that. Yeah, it's a lot. She herself failed at a 4th one.
Wow. What?
What happens if you fail? You just fail, that's it? Or you fail and
She
you try
came
again?
back. She didn't even physically leave. It was as if, I think from her readings, it was, even through a vision, it was like her soul more went on a pilgrimage than her body. But she went through 3 of the trials. She said it was all very personal and kind of very much like the tower trials. Much
Well,
for
probably
that
designed
person.
by the same person, so
Yes,
probably not a
yes.
surprise.
And she failed at the 4th
That's
one
fine.
and came back to her body, and she was apparently very much strengthened physically through those travels, because she couldn't much leave her room through sickness and illness and as such, but then she gained strength during the travel, so that's something.
So even like doing and failing gave her enough strength to walk around, or?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, succeeding
Maybe.
on the first 3 helped her.
That's not how he worded it, but alright.
I mean, we don't know if anything has changed so far, since even the tower trials changed in the past. But I think the best next point to ask about it is pretty much obvious.
I mean, the
We've been
first question
putting it
I would
off.
have is, do you know when these trials were undertaken?
300 years ago.
Years
Right.
ago.
Okay.
And I think an important another step is that she herself didn't use the artifact. Friend of hers, which was not in any way, shape, or form described them for her.
Friend.
Yeah, I didn't get any information there outside of that she was fond of that person, so it was a friend, dear friend of her.
Okay.
Yeah. We've been putting this off, but we need to talk. Much it pains me to say it.
First, we need to come up with very
Question.
specific questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even specific questions, it's the right questions.
Yeah, it's the right question to answer, and I think we can take the next few days time to think through, even think of questions.
Yeah. Okay.
But-
Anything else?
I can reach out to our mutual forest friend
Mm-hmm.
and see what she has to say about asking the right questions?
Same thing there, I suppose. We also need that narrowed down.
I don't know.
Right.
She's more than happy to help me with practicing my druid craft, if you like. And it's been a while. So she's probably itching for a check-in.
Yeah, only last thing I wanted to add is that she went through the trials alone, so it was custom herself. But when we go with group, it's gonna be shaped for us all.
Okay,
Just
so
so you
not
know.
like the tower. The tower was both individual and group.
I don't know if it's one or the other or any shape or the form, but she said it is personal to all. It could be like different degrees, but no, she didn't.
How
She
does
didn't
she
want
know
to
that?
describe.
Didn't she only do the trials herself, though?
Yes, she did. She did do them herself, but she didn't really describe her trials in any way because she found them to be so personal, and describing them would be like a hindrance to others.
She knew, by the way, how it would go. Like, she was prepared by the friend. If, like, you would have read about it, so I'm adding this right now.
Okay, yeah, she was prepared by the friend to fuck nothing.
So this friend knew a lot about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
He could get the artifacts. He could use they. You don't even know if it's a he.
Yeah.
Use all the artifacts. Knew a lot about it, and apparently wanted to share the outer world, the whole of the world with Hildegard, and that's why they did this. So it was a very, 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 very whatever fucking person it was wrong, and probably did the travels before Hildegard. So that's what I gathered.
Okay. It's more than we did have.
I forgot to tell you, by the way, that the reason why the friend was helping is because she noted down that she reminded them of someone else and the way that other person used to be. And because they were very fond of that other person as well, they were doing her this favor.
No names, no descriptions, but other person.
I mean, again, considering she was the reminder of that other person, you can at least, if you would have asked the archivist, basically, she like, you would have at least gotten any like information of what Hildegard looked like.
Yeah, that would definitely have happened when I read that.
It's basically she was a very frail young woman with red hair.
Of course. Yeah. Fucking hell.
With straight red hair, by the way. If that helps. But red
We
hair,
don't need to go and talk to the father. We just need to go through that fucking mirror and talk to the woman underwater. No?
So, are we thinking it's the... Are we thinking potentially the friend is the previous vision I had of woman laying on the lap? Or is it someone else?
You don't know. You got a description of
I'm
Hildegard.
asking the group. I'm asking the group for discussion point.
Maybe. I mean, still, we could ask one of the other sources. The one in the water is a little bit unresponsive.
Yeah.
Basically, the archivist will also point out that it's actually one of the rare occurrences that an Aasimar is that pale, right? It's like he will avoid politely speculating on her heritage, of what the exact mixture is, but it is unusual. for Asimar to be that pale and red-haired, right? And by the way, I also want to say that specifically, he didn't say red hair, but copper, right?
Yeah, that's very important.
But yeah, she had eyes like the moon and copper hair. Hildegard.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
so productive, I guess.
Somewhat, yeah.
Well, something, I guess.
I didn't get as much as I wanted, but I got more than I expected. So yeah, that's something.
I mean, at least now you know that you're not looking for keys. Layla interjects, like
Oh, she's
literally.
here.
Yeah, of course. Like
Yeah, come on.
I mean,
Oh, we're not
sounds
sure if Layla's here.
sounds like a wild ride.
Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be a trial.
Well, at least you guys are in this together.
At least.
Something.
She will reach under the table for Cassius's hand and squeeze it.
It's. We just need the other.
Sorry, Lena, repeat that. You were like,
So now we just need the other.
the other stuff. I
The other
assume.
3, yeah.
Yeah.
Things, yeah. Yeah, enough to do.
Mhm.
Well, better get to it
Yep.
by relaxing. Yay!
And now we kick off the Skippy Whippy. Woo!
Yippee.
So
Fucking
Skippy
finally.
Whippy starts on the 22nd plus 12 days. It will be done. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the 31st of the evening. 33rd in the evening. So we're resuming real time on the 34th in the morning, if that's okay.
Fine with me.
Oh, we need to pay for another couple of weeks for the Deadly Door, by the way, if we're interested in staying there. Just a note. Because that expires on the 23rd.
Yeah.
Yep. And Viera needs to deduct another 1,000 gold for Ibrath's collar.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever group funds are remaining will be put in aftermath, after the session math, into the pocket share dimension.
Okay.
Alright. Perfect.
Since it's group funds and group funds need,
Okay, I'll...
will be shared.
If, Lena, if you could take 5... well, okay, I guess it's just 5 gold. And to make it like a platinum piece for 2 weeks at the Deadly Door.
From group?
Yeah, please.
The platinum from group.
'Cause
I have
think a week-
also a specific question for Chris. During the time Skippy Whippy, you're gonna go hunting with Ibrath.
No, because you said she couldn't really do other stuff and train.
Okay.
So I think we're already stretching the limits of what she's doing in her 12 days, but her 12 days technically finish on the 31st, not the 33rd, because she started on the 20th.
Okay.
I mean, technically also started on the 20th.
Yeah, so it's Samira finishes on the 33rd, we finish on
Ayo.
the 31st, so we have... So, I mean, you could argue that she goes hunting on the 32nd and is gone all day off into the forests of the wild.
I want to point out starting on the 26th. you get this very strange, like almost itching, nervous feeling to want to go running in the wild with the bow.
Cool.
And it
Alright.
doesn't go away. You will have it every day from that day on.
She
Doesn't get
will
worse, doesn't get better.
she will
It's just
be-
there.
be itching for 5 days then, while she spends the rest of her time finishing her training, and will use this as an opportunity to concentrate despite being interrupted constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what day would you go hunting then? On the 31st? 32nd?
Not the 31st, because all of the people are hired and present on the 31st.
Okay, I will cover this with you in the back. But
Yeah.
for the 32nd, if you're going, like whenever you're going hunting, whenever you are in nature, from the moment you step out, you will have a constant feeling that you're being watched. You don't even try to roll. You can't roll high enough. You're being watched.
Oh,
When you're
train
out
me,
there,
observant now.
if you're out there, if you're out there, you keep
33rd is the first time she would be able to go hunting. The 32nd is the
Yeah.
first free day she has to talk to all
So, yeah.
the people. So.
if you're out there in the nature, like by nature I mean like a good hour outside the city, right? Where you would have to go to hunting, because wildlife doesn't really approach anywhere close to like bustling settlements.
Yeah.
You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. You can't find traces, right, or any proof of that. You don't feel like you're going crazy either, right? Ebrath will confirm that he has a similar, although not as strong as you, feeling, but he also can't pick anything up. It's almost like he feels it through your innate link, right?
Yeah, potentially feels it, even though I'm the one sensing it. So.
I just need 3.5 more fucking days to get the rest of my other training left. Please, let me wrap this up.
Nope, we're busy from the 33rd onward.
It's
Yeah.
been months.
Are we officially level 6?
Yeah,
I
wait.
think so.
I was so Samira, what basically you're not doing anything special during the training, right? That's
Not special. I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you up with the details, but basic.
yeah, but like there's nothing immediately that like affects the others that like and we need to cover and I need to point out or anything like that.
Now that I know.
The only thing from my perspective is obviously Viera would tell Samira that she's sending people job, or she's hiring people for the
Yeah,
smithy.
the only thing I'd have to work out, Samira would have to work out with Viera, is the information that we'd have to send Cayenne about specification of the shop. Like, if you get the workers,
And I
Done,
also
then
want
we
to
have
point out by the specification, like you two, please sit down and make me actually a list of items you want to sell. It cannot be like we're just gonna do stuff, right? That's not sellable. Like, I'm not
That
gonna
stuff
give you
is
money.
sellable.
No, if you don't give me like a specific thing of what you guys are actually crafting, you're not making any money from that shop.
Well, I mean, we aren't crafting anything.
Yeah.
The
Our
point
plan,
is,
yeah.
we're hiring a
Yeah.
smith to work in a smithy,
Yes,
selling
okay, but
smithing.
yeah, but there's such a wide category of what smithing is.
yeah, we
Sure.
need to figure out assortment,
Yes.
Yeah.
which we'll chat about this whenever, Chris, and
hmm
Samira is gonna be Samira is gonna be the one to talk to Cayenne, because she's also asked and bring that over, because she also asked her own glassmithing thing added on top. That's something
Yeah.
to figure out there too.
So the 31st of heat is when suitable people to work in the smithy are located. So
Okay,
that
so
includes
probably
2 unskilled workers and 1 skilled worker. So the skilled worker is obviously the smith.
Probably on the 32nd or something, we're gonna chat about what do we know about the workers. We can narrow down what we want to do. And on the 33rd, subsequently, Mira's gonna have a quick visit to Kayin. But that's it.
Cassius,
Yes.
meditating about the sun, please specify what and how you're gonna try to do this.
Yes. Because they were talking about before, and we had a nice suggestion of like actually speaking the right language, because there was something missing first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my Foundry connection lost. Was lost. Okay, interesting. My internet might drop out in a minute.
No, you were not the only one. I saw like.
Ah, okay, all right. Then
Yeah, I had a blip too.
Yeah.
So first off, he's going to try it while channeling some of the energy from the spells that he knows. So like Cure Wounds, Prayer of Healing, the spells that he feels something like adding with the crystal, and he's going to try to get that energy also from the surrounding area. So from the ground specifically, because that seemed to be in.
That's spellcasting. So that's not meditating. You're not meditating for 6 seconds. It's like that's not meditation. Okay?
No. But like, I mean more while he's concentrating during this, because he doesn't really like meditate. That's not his thing. So he's going to try that first, but then like trying to feel this like energy, this residue energy, just like channeling it more, and then sitting down and trying to focus on that energy specifically.
When you actually use this, it's more like a subconscious muscle memory, right? It's like it flows through you. You draw upon it, but ultimately, it's not that kind of thing. You're not truly communicating in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's an instinctive thing. And to get the feeling again, you would have to channel again, and just sitting there and thinking about it isn't doing it right.
No, okay. So with that said, like because then the last time he actually tried it was in Penvent, when he was looking out the window, and then it's like when he got this feeling he needed something more. So before he's going to take the literal suggestion of speaking the right language, and he's going to ritual cast comprehend languages. It's not going to work, and then do that same like.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you cast a spell, you understand that somebody needs to be speaking to you in order for it to kick in, right?
Yeah,
So
I know.
It doesn't help you speak. It does help you understand it. So. Yeah.
Yeah. He is going to then basically trying to. Let me think about this. Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and Abel doesn't know how the fuck to do it.
Would you like a player suggestion?
I mean, you guys would be talking to each other. Like, I would allow, under the provision that Cassius did actually talk to his friends about his attempts and failure, that they might have come. Like, you can teamwork this, you guys. You're allowed to do that.
Okay, well that's fine. On the understanding that you explain how a comprehend languages spell works, because obviously that's magic Vera doesn't normally get access to. She would highlight the fact that you can also understand any written language that you see. Is it possible that they can communicate shapes for you to draw on a page?
Yeah, and at that point, Samira is gonna go further into how she communicates with Vinny, and it's very similar to that.
I mean,
And if you can then reproduce them, you can then read them.
I would first have to get shapes and just the first point of contact. Like, I'm not. That's
Needs
what
to.
I'm failing.
He is hung up
But
on
you're-
establishing communication, not
Yeah,
understanding it.
but you're coming from the assumption that they don't already understand you.
I mean, it definitely does when I talk about certain things, so I could just try
Exactly.
talking to it.
So it probably does understand you. You just don't understand it.
Uh-huh.
So you just need him to be able to communicate in a way that you can then understand. Which is get it to give you shapes and images in your head that you can write down and then comprehend.
Yeah, or do
That's
it,
your best bet.
or if words and shapes doesn't work, pushes of emotions and memory, like that works for me and Vinny.
And thoughts.
Yeah, and thoughts. I mean, can they not generate thoughts if they're generating emotions? They can make you feel something. Can they not make you hear something? Can they not make you see
Think
something?
something. Yeah.
Or think?
Hmm.
Failing all of that, if you've got magic to help you comprehend languages, surely there must be magic to help you speak a language.
That's true.
You could hire someone to
Yeah, cast.
just cast that spell.
You mentioned scrolls before.
Passes, roll me an intelligence
high.
check with advantage, please.
Hire
You guys
someone
were
to
so
teach
close,
you
and then
that
you
spell.
completely missed it by a
Good
mile.
thoughts. Like, I mean, I was thinking of detect faults myself.
Yeah, there we go.
but-
Keep thinking that direction.
I mean, if I could, like, just, like, talk to it, and then if it gives me feelings, but I then use try to get its faults, that could work.
Well,
If I focus on it specifically.
you got it. Doesn't have you. It does. We already know it doesn't have to be a person that you detect thoughts on. I mean, he worked on Vinny, and as much as I love Vinny, Vinny's not exactly a person.
Alright. I can try that. Sure. Okay. Thanks for the...
Or a
ideas.
combination of both. You've got. How long does comprehend languages last?
An hour.
There you go.
Is it concentration?
Do that one as a ritual cast? No, 100% not.
You check, please.
It's not. I can tell you it's not.
No, it's not.
Awesome.
You do that one first, and then you do your detect thoughts, and then try and communicate both.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you're both detecting thoughts and comprehending whatever comes back at you.
That's a very good suggestion. I'll try that. Kind of feels weird though if I'm like chatting to a stone.
Hey, I can talk to grass. Don't knock it.
What?
What?
I talked to a silhouette.
True.
Come on.
Yeah,
Hey.
you guys are fucking weird.
You
that's
talked to an
already established.
acorn.
Technically, it's a pine cone.
I'll
Have
let
you know.
I'll have you know, Bo is an excellent conversationalist.
Not that I would know.
He's pretty smart. For a pine cone. Actually, he's pretty charismatic. Weird. Yeah.
Have
Okay.
you told him that you came across his previous mistress?
I haven't really since that encounter. I've
Person.
been a little bit more, even though we're in this room.
You might want to have a communication with him about that, and just let him know
Yes.
at least you think you've met them, describe them. He will confirm or deny.
Yeah.
Goes by this name. You'll probably recognize it.
Yeah. Very good.
Because he'd probably want to know.
Anyway,
Okay. So next time I'm trying, will be with casting comprehend languages first.
Mhm.
And while I'm sitting down, I am going to cast then detect thoughts, and
Yeah.
I'm going to
roll me the wisdom saving throw, please.
All right. Wisdom saving throw.
Are you doing this while you're alone or with somebody?
I'm doing it while alone. 'Cause it feels
Where?
weird. I'm going to show the others out of the room.
Not conspicuous at all.
So you're gonna be in the safe house.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will excuse myself from night with Layla. Discuss with her what I'm going to try. And then ask her if I.
You almost like have this, like, you reach in, and for a brief moment, it feels like your mind scatters into endless directions, and then you bounce off the walls because you're actually in a bubble. And you realize that you were lucky that you were in this room and did not explode your mind with something that your mind cannot handle. So it hyper focuses on the shard you have in your back. And the thing you get is, in the remotest sense, a person, but not complete. It's like somebody took a chunk out of somebody's memories, mind, person, and this is what you're looking at. And even in this chunk, you have this like scattered bits and pieces of memories. Memories of seeing a world beneath you with drifting continents and clouds. It's like almost like, you're like a satellite looking down at Earth, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine it like this. And you get this like very sped up of one large landmass beneath cloud cover, and then that landmass shattering into pieces after a bright light, and then those landmasses drifting apart, and then those landmasses pulling again, like changing in shape and getting smaller, and then being pulled together, and then a rapid falling and getting closer, and falling through earth and chaos and anguish and pain, and then this feeling of splintering off and seeing smaller lands whirling around you and then just whirling, like, when you get this carousel imagery of like just blur of images that just blur together, and this like desperate reaching out to attach to something, someone, whatever, just to stop the spinning, right? And then a voice, not even a voice, it's like a need that you feel reaching out to you, and the need you recognize because it's your own. It's almost like you recognize your own mind, but looking from a different outside perspective. And it reaching out to you to try to aid you in that need, but also to ground itself within it. It's like seeking a connection, seeking an anchor, but also trying to reach out and help you at the same time, right? So basically what you get is that you have a piece of an entity inside of you that cannot connect to the rest. It's isolated, right? It's not evil. Quite the opposite. It's like you have never felt anything more kind. It's, if kindness was a celestial body, this would be the warm sunshine shining upon you, which is very, spot on if you think about it for 5 seconds. But you also have somebody who's very lost because this is only a fragment. And even this fragment tells you how shattered this mind would have to be. Because this is only a tiny glimpse of... You can't even begin to imagine what it could be, right? But even this tiny glimpse is like just so ready for any kind of connection. And it kind of mirrors what Viera has told you about her dream.
Did Viera tell me about her dream?
I think she did. Chris? I think she shared her dream.
I don't think so.
That's pushing it, I suspect. What session was that?
One before last.
Yeah.
Which dream are we talking about here?
The one where she heard Tiffany's voice from the perspective of somebody else.
So you're not talking about the dream on the tree?
No.
Highly unlikely then, I suspect.
I thought you guys were talking about, like...
No, I don't think I've shared my dream.
Okay, well,
Either,
never mind.
so.
Then she didn't share the dream.
No.
So, like, whatever. That's
Don't
what you
forget
get.
to ask for forgiveness first. That's our motto.
Nobody shares dreams.
I don't
at
even know
all.
why I bother giving you any of these details if you don't talk to each other.
Because
I'm
we
just going,
obviously
so-
keep them to ourselves and
Yeah.
apologize later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's great.
That's how we
Anyway,
work.
that's what you get. That's what you get. By the way, this is only, like, even this leaves you reeling from the experience, right? Because even the shard is a lot, right? Because even the shard is so old. Aeons, right? This is what your mind can pick up across such a long time span, right? And put into imagery and into something that you can comprehend, right? But you also realize that this is something you shouldn't be doing out in the open ever.
Yeah. Get in a bubble. Get in a room.
Yeah.
It's a very special room.
Yeah.
Yeah, like afterwards he's just shaking, breathing heavily, and
You can also feel after this connection that it has expanded down your spine.
okay.
It's like the contact almost like nurtured it and made it grow even more.
Results? Question mark.
Hmm?
I will he will kind of like feel around on his back.
It's growing. You can feel it almost like it's growing through your spine. So it's not like you can, if you touch your back, you feel your, like,
There's
vertebrae.
nothing. Okay, yeah.
But you have this like odd inside feeling that it has expanded down through your spine. Even more.
Cool. Yeah, after that he will kind of just gather himself, still a little bit shaky. Probably have a point of exhaustion at that point. And open the door for the others to let them back in after he ushered them out.
Telling them anything about it?
Obviously not.
Nope.
You guys, he threw you out of the room to do something. Yeah, like,
I'm waiting for them to come back in.
Yeah, come back in. Yeah, okay. They're in.
Well, it depends on what he said when he threw us out. What did you say when you threw us out?
That he was going to try this, like this whole thing, and he
Oh.
didn't want anyone listening while he's talking to a fucking stone. So move.
Okay, that's what he's okay.
Yeah.
When we
Yeah,
came in, you
we
looked
got
exhausted.
ejected, and he's just exhausted when we come back.
Like, yeah, when he opens the door for them again, he's kind of like holding himself and a little bit shaky and just like moves out of the way.
I go inside, make sure to give him distance, which he obviously wants right now, and just kind of sit in a corner and just wait. Wait for him to say something. Looking at him expectantly.
Well, definitely was good. I didn't do this anywhere else.
Okay.
I didn't get shapes, but more images, memories. But my mind just scattered everywhere, like it shattered. I was almost as if I could see the outside world from, well, it was not almost, I saw the outside world from his perspective. And then crashing down into it as well. And after that, just falling through chaos and pain and all these lands and continents spinning around. And it was chaotic. Couldn't really reach.
I think I get what I think you saw the other of it. What I saw.
Yeah. But also, I saw from it reaching out and then anchoring to myself, because I reached out to it. And even in this like shattered and broken state, it tries to help. It's like in its nature to help anyone.
Do you think that its purpose is just to help?
I'm not sure if it's its purpose, but it's just
its nature.
Kindness.
Well, that's
and
good.
warmth. But it's also, it's isolated. This piece alone,
Is it
Roll
trying to
me an
reunite?
intelligence check with advantage, Cassius, by the way.
Okay. I will use that fate point.
Hey yo, everyone's using that fate point this session.
Yeah! Let's
I
go.
don't use mine, have I?
Much
Hey
better.
yo.
Much better, yeah.
Double 17s.
Now that you repeat the words in the way you repeat them, you will realize that the moment of connection was made. You know when you reached out in the cave and touched this crystal? So it wrapping you up was not malicious, right? Now you realize it. Like what you read as something bad, if you would have calmed down for like a second and just let it be, it was trying to protect you and shield you. But because you panicked, you read it wrong. I'll let that hang there for a second.
I still stand by my decision.
But yeah, that was the anchoring, you touching it, right? And it just latched on and reached out to help Sorry. That's your mind talking to you. Ignore me.
Yeah, I am not saying that. So, like I said, I shouldn't try this anywhere else because I'm not sure if I would have gotten my mind back if it wasn't isolated. This room was not isolated in a way. I don't think I should even try it with encounter more of the stuff because probably that would be a bad idea. But for all it's worth, and I think it might actually be able to help me further eventually, but it's still growing further down my spine. I can feel its presence there. But I don't know, it might also be able to at some point help me out of or at least find a compromise or solution with the predicament with the guy in the crystal, the mantle. I don't know if it could, but yeah.
Well, sounds like progress.
It definitely does. It just.
It didn't go all wrong, so that's good too.
Yeah. I guess so.
Does it bother you that it's growing?
It does in a sense that I like being in control of my own choices, of what I do. What I felt before, I wasn't necessarily out of control, but it was influencing my emotions, influencing how I fought, that I couldn't control my weeping or the happiness. That is what worries me more, but now the feeling that I get if it grows and I allow it to grow more, it, like I said, it could help. And in any case, even if it doesn't help me, then that is the thing that gave me the power to bring you back, Riara. So, yeah. Honestly, I don't care. Because it gave me that possibility, so for that I am thankful. And
you haven't had any indication to not trust it so far either, have you? No.
From everything that I've encountered during the trials, even back in our own world or here, it's the thing that I will put most of my trust in, because it, not necessarily that it wants to help everyone, because I'm not sure helping everyone will in the end be a good idea, but the sense of kindness that I get from it, has no malign intent.
Yeah.
And if it allows me to help the ones I love, help you, help Layla, then fine. Let it grow.
Okay.
Do you want to talk to Forest Friend about it?
Eventually. I just also needed this week to relax.
Yeah. Been going so hard for so long. We need some time to just sit down, sit back, watch what's going on around us.
And just settle.
Yeah.
But at some point, I would like to ask her experience with it more. And yeah.
Well, if nothing else, this has given you a better idea of the kind of questions to ask when you do speak to her.
Mm-hmm.
It does. I just need to gather a little bit more. Just need to gather my thoughts.
Put thoughts to paper, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking to just write this shit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about what we should be what should we be doing for the father, anyways.
I'm having a new appreciation for the effect that writing can have for recording stuff. So.
See, I knew you'd come around to it. But yeah. Thank you for stepping out. It was weird.
It's all good. We all need our own personal space occasionally, but at the end of the day, we're all here if we need people to step back into the room as well, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, I'll leave you guys to your evening. I'll better head back.
Any more questions about time, Skippy Whippy? That we cannot handle in text throughout the week?
Nope.
None of that.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah. Then we're done for today, you guys. You can officially level to level 7.
7?
7?
Sorry, 6.
You sure about that?
6.
Just
skip
7,
6.
6.
We're just skipping. So that's another 14 days of downtime now.
Level Skippy Whippy. Alright.
Now, this is going to be interesting for me.
Hit points? Anyone rolling?
Fuck no.
Nope. I'm taking the average.
Fuck, I'm rolling. Why not? Alright.
Yes.
Subclass to include in the level up. What? I'm just clicking on the level up button and it's asking me.
Oh boy, yeah.
Subclass
Lots of questions.
Like, I already have this subclass, but does it mean just... Huh? What? Guess no? Alright, hit points. Roll. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, that's good.
The average.
Yeah.
This is the average, yes.
Alright.
Yeah, we got the
take it.
average.
I'll take it.
Better than none.
Yep.
Yeah, better than lower.
And then I'm going to...
Anyway, I'm gonna call it the session here, because now we're going into sheet stuff. I can hear the silence from everyone.
Yes.
Focus.
Okay.